Well, speaking of knowing, I know we should, and we are live now. And if you want to see the 20-minute live stream that we thought was live, but wasn't actually
Start,
live,
start, that we start
Art.
was like,
that we thought it,
Art.
yeah, it's thought, but past tense, which already is bad. so, join the Discord. Link in the everything description and all the other places down below. Hey, well, speaking of knowing, I know we. So we just live streamed for like 20 minutes without it actually being live, which is really annoying. But just to catch everyone up, we're reacting to the Jay the Great Sage Naruto versus Sasori debate with the Shouted Immortal. He's here as well. Jay should be coming on in a little bit, and Phantom is in the audience. He's the other guy that was debating, and Phantom, as we've already
okay,
yeah,
real quick, it's really funny that you're mentioning that he's in the audience. Just he's in the audience. Phantom is listening.
Oh, that's crazy.
Shout out,
important that you know this. Yeah. Everyone in the comments, before you say anything mean, he's listening.
Well, what we did off stream, which I guess you'll miss if you just weren't in the Discord, was we're debating, well, not debating, we're reacting to Jay the Great debating for Sage Mode Naruto. Not War Arc, but Pain Arc. I just wanted to get that distinction out there in case anyone was curious. Versus Sasori, who was Phantom.
Okay, in case anyone thought that War Arc stood a chance.
It's because there's more evidence. And then we're going to do the max entertainment of both sides by making fun of all of it. And so we're not being mean, but it's gonna come across that way. Alright, so that being said, let's continue. So Jay the Great's starting, and he's doing a chain scaling of Naruto relative or surpassing Jiraiya, who should be above Sasori. And he's giving us evidence. I'm so mad that that was on stream.
Let's just rewind the start of the scaling for them, because all I remember is the surpassing predecessors part.
Comparatively, that Naruto surpassed his predecessor quite a. Additionally, his performance against Pain, all 6 paths of Pain.
Yeah, it's the Fukusaku thing. And since I might as well say it on stream, apparently Thunder God pointed out that Jiraiya fought all 6 paths of Pain off screen in the manga based on environmental battle damage that we didn't see happen, and then we cut to seeing that afterwards, which implies that Jiraiya did fight all 6 paths, and then Kakashi was right rather than wrong when he said, I can't believe Master Jiraiya fought all 6, but yes, Kamui.
About that, was the fighting all 6 before or after he drags the animal path into his toad mouth barrier thing?
Probably before. I'm just taking Thunder God's word on it. I mean, I saw the scan. I don't know when the scan takes place, though.
I'll have to look maybe when I get back, if I remember.
Okay. Well, that being said...
On top of that, was much more impressive than Jiraiya's, who once the 6 paths of Pain congregated,
so
he was literally at his mercy.
Live.
While conversely, Naruto's was quite more competitive than that. It's pretty evident, almost axiomatic. Now, when it comes to Sasori, I'll say this without saying too much to just start off the premise. Sasori struggled against Chiyo and Sakura. I know a lot of people say he was holding back and then he gave up at the very end. That still doesn't negate that multiple times throughout this combative interaction. He says he's going to kill them. He attempts to kill them. They react to him. Chiyo, just in case Hanzo scaling is used, states herself that she's a fraction of what she used to be. So using Prime Chiyo to try to scale this current Chiyo is a false equivalency. She says, I can pull up the scan, I have it if you want me to. She says, I'm not what I used to be, but I'm going to try my best to defeat my grandson, basically is what she says. Sakura, additionally, even with only partial help of the chakra strings later on in the battle, is able to react to Sasori, who at this point in time is still...
Yeah. Real quick. Could, tell me what you think about this. So he's basically just said, the Sasori that, or the Chiyo that fought Sasori is weaker than Prime Chiyo. So, would you agree? I'm asking you, not Jay, obviously, that Sasori is at least heavily implied to be the strongest puppet master of all time. Yes. Do you agree with that? Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the case, he should be stronger than Prime Chiyo, correct?
I mean, probably.
So, using Jay's argument against him, Phantom could have just spun that around to prove that Sasori is stronger than the Tsunade rivaling Chiyo, as well as the Hanzo rivaling Chiyo, which could just upscale Sasori over Jiraiya.
Well, Kamui, is there any indication that Prime Chiyo was a puppet master? Maybe she just picked it up later in life.
Yeah, I think there is probably when we see younger Chiyo teaching Sasori about puppets.
Okay, and Kakashi was teaching Naruto about the Rasen Shuriken. Does Kakashi have that jutsu too?
Well, she was not just like telling him about it, she was like demonstrating with the puppets themselves.
Just because you can simulate something doesn't apply to an actual combatant scenario.
I agree, but she was just known for being a puppet master and all that.
Okay.
But what do you think about that?
Immortal thoughts?
Well, she is a puppet master.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad
Well,
we've established that.
But if Prime Chiyo is rivaling Tsunade and Hanzo, and
Oh.
Sasori is stronger than Prime Chiyo, does that mean Sasori is stronger than Tsunade and the Hanzo that Chiyo fought anyway?
I'm gonna take a wild guess. Didn't Tsunade? I don't know if it was Tsunade or Chiyo. I don't remember. But doesn't Sasori's poison, like, isn't Sasori's poison like incurable? Incurable. I can't seem to get the words out.
Well, shout out
It is
Kamui.
curable because Sakura literally cures Kankuro of it, but it's very difficult to cure.
To be fair, she didn't cure the poison, she cured Kankuro. So the poison is incurable.
Well, no, she made an antidote for the poison.
Well, no, not for the poison, for Kankuro.
No, she made an antidote for the poison. She uses it in the Sasori fight.
No. What I'm saying is she made an antidote for poisoned people, not for the poison.
Oh, okay, I see what you're trying to say. That's kind of
isn't it?
Dumb.
Thank you.
Because you can just use what I said the other way too, and it works equally as Englishifiable.
Love it. So sorry, was there a point that I was distracting you from there, or do we just play?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Trying to kill them, implying relativity between the two as far as speed at the very least. Hence, if someone of that caliber and that low of caliber compared to Naruto with Sage Mode, who again conversely combated arguably the strongest in the Akatsuki, which is stated, which is observed, which is stated by Zetsu, who knows all of them collectively, etc. I won't give too much.
So I do want to add that how much stronger do we think Prime Chiyo was compared to current Chiyo? And in what ways? Like, sure, maybe her reaction speed is dulled, but she's probably just as powerful as a puppet master. I don't think that dulls over time.
Watch, because it randomly disconnected me.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
But yeah, so how much weaker do we think Prime Chiyo or current Chiyo is compared to Prime Chiyo? Like, in what way? Like, you're doing puppet mastery.
Yeah, so that's the thing though, because so the obvious answer is going to be mainly stamina, speed, strength, physical things. If anything, her spiritual energy probably has only gotten stronger with her wisdom of age. But in Chiyo's case, though, yeah, because she uses puppet mastery, her stamina stuff is probably among the least affecting of a nerf possible. I won't say it's not there, but it's as minimal as possible, because as far as we can see, I don't think she has arthritis in her fingers, so that's fine. I don't think puppet mastery is the most chakra draining ability of all time. In fact, I don't think Kankuro, Chiyo, and Sasori, I'm not sure if any of these three characters or Araya have ever said they were out of or low on chakra. Maybe Chiyo does at the end of the fight, but I don't think they ever say they're low on chakra, ever. So clearly it's not that chakra draining.
So Kamui,
She does do some dodging and stuff, and she's pretty quick. You could argue oh, well, you know, it's easier to hit old Chiyo than prime Chiyo, but that's really the only thing that's going to have been affected, I think.
So, do you think maintaining the chakra strings uses chakra, or just making them?
Probably maintaining, because it's actively, I'm just going to guess maintaining, because it's actively being emitted and you're doing stuff with it. Like each time you move your finger, you're like doing. Otherwise, then Puppet Master just is the way to go, man.
Yeah.
Because like you don't use any chakra.
Yeah, you're not using chakra or stamina. You could just fight. You're basically an Edo Tensei. You just fight endlessly. If that's the case.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, I get what you're saying there, but it's not like it like
at that point.
It's not like it like evaporates.
You might
and
as well
needs to
just
be
learn it,
refilled. Yeah, it's like condensed almost. So it's like in a conductive wire almost. It's like it's like the Rasengan, to where Naruto isn't constantly pumping more chakra.
Like my guy can be my guy, but have puppet mastery until you need to use your gadgets.
I love it. So, do you think maintaining the Rasengan takes chakra? Because I think it'd be like the same thing. Okay, why? Because what happens to the chakra that's currently there?
Well, so in that one, part of the problem is, does it take? I feel like it shouldn't take chakra to do this. But does it take
Mike, account weird.
chakra to specifically just rotate it? Does that take chakra? So annoying. I can't wait till I get home.
Well, do we think it would take chakra to simply just maintain the chakra strings if they're like not moving and on the ground?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, well, my thing doesn't show me anything, so I don't know what's happening.
Okay, well, Immortal, what do you think? So if Sasori's or Chiyo or Kankuro... Okay.
My question...
Yeah, I can't wait for Kamui to get home, too. But, Immortal, do you think if they're just not fighting, but they have their chakra strings on, and the chakra strings just aren't moving, do you think that takes chakra to maintain? It would be like Naruto's Rasengan if he didn't have to rotate it in that way.
I mean, is it like does it actually drain your chakra?
To make it,
I'm not
obviously,
saying it right now.
But it's clearly not an aura that's like constantly like dissipating or vaporizing off of you. It's like staying in one place. So I don't know if it would use chakra.
That's interesting. I mean, I never really thought of, puppet of the puppet technique to be the most the most costing chakra costing ability, or not like anything on the Renegons or the Mangekyo or whatever jutsu that's beyond the Puppet Master jutsu.
Yeah. Plus the fact that it probably requires a strict level of chakra control, I'd imagine they're not using much chakra at all.
Well, we also know that, I'll also add that, because we mentioned this with the chakra visibility makes no sense thing, Chiyo specifically used the tiniest amount of chakra possible to make her strings invisible. That in of itself is implying it's using the tiniest amount of chakra possible. So that implies puppet mastery is definitely much more about chakra control, your literal puppet making abilities, and stuff like that, than the amount of chakra you have.
Now, I will add a caveat to that. There is another way you could interpret that. In order for Naruto to make an Odama Rasengan, the tiniest amount of chakra possible for him to use would still be a large amount of chakra. So.
Yeah, but in this case, it's like invisible because it's so small.
Yeah.
And we already know it's not that much chakra, and Naruto's Odama Rasengan specifically uses a lot of chakra. So
if anything, is Naruto an idiot? Why doesn't he just use a small amount of chakra to make invisible Odabara Sengas?
I don't think that's an option unless you implement like Boruto's lightning style or wind style in the movie to make it invisible.
Yes. Which should have been a water style, but that's another point.
Low of caliber compared to Naruto, with Sage Mode, who again conversely combated arguably the strongest in the Akatsuki, which is stated, which is observed, which is stated by Zetsu, who knows all of them collectively, etc. I won't give too much yet, but the point is, if Sage Mode is able to have such an impressive performance against that powerful an opponent, while conversely Sasori loses to a withered Chiyo and Sakura, who's not even in his.
So I love this because he only, like every single time, he continues referring to her as withered Chiyo consistently every single time. It's so funny. And I don't know why Phantom just didn't go against this point, because probably could have. I guess they're just in agreement. It just is a withered Chiyo. It doesn't actually do anything scaling wise, but it's such a verbal
it's
downplay.
It's a rhetorical thing because it's making it sound more ridiculous.
Exactly.
You know?
It's just strategic insinuation.
Yeah.
What does he mean by withered Chiyo? Is he talking about like
she's old, dry, wrong out like a towel?
She could just drop dead any second.
Why not just say old old Chiyo?
Really emphasizes that she's got like nothing left.
Oh my god. Make it sound like she's dying. Like she's about to just pass out in any given second.
Yeah. He should have, just for the meme, he should have taken this even farther just to embrace it. He should have said deathbed Chiyo every single time.
Yeah, deathbed Chiyo. Okay, yeah, I agree. That's like Kimimaro with like Kawaki Defense's video. I called it as a deathbed Kimimaro.
Crying for him when Pain was in the village. It's quite clear that he's superior. I'll leave it at that before I get into any detailed scaling aspects. If you want to start off your premise too.
All right, I'll start.
All right, so pretty reasonable take from Jay. Let's see how Phantom responds.
Off with mine. Well, one thing is that really give Sasori a little bit of help is that we only see him in 2 fights really in the entire series. Once against Kankuro, Gaara's brother, and against of course Sakura and Chiyo. And he doesn't really have any on-screen stuff, but with the scans and evidence we are seeing, he's actually quite more powerful than what we actually assumed him to be. So we all know that the third Kazekage of the Sand Village, who is stated to be the most powerful of all of them, including Rasa, who came after him, who used to be able to suppress the one-tailed beast with his own sand, who was stated to be one of the strongest within the Sand Village with his gold dust, was even able to rival against a war arc Gaara, who was stated to be the strongest of his capabilities thus far in the entire series. And he was even going toe-to-toe with Rasa, other Edo Tensei. Luckily, with Gaara on the field in battle during the war arc, he saved a lot of people with just his capabilities alone. Rasa was able to go toe-to-toe with him, but yet both of them are never stated to be over the third Kazekage, which Sasori killed on his own.
So, Kamui, how would you argue against that if you were Jay?
Well, I would start by saying that Gaara just kind of beat Rasa, and Rasa specifically stated that he surpassed him long ago. So,
and specifically, I would point to the fact that Rasa thought that he was fighting Shukaku at first when it was Gaara, implying Gaara is on Shukaku's level at a bare minimum.
Yeah.
And then obviously after the Rasa fight, Gaara just did get stronger as well.
Yeah.
So that's his capability.
But obviously the other thing is that the third Kazekage statement was made before this current Gaara exists, and while it's true they never specified that he surpassed the third Kazekage, they also just never mentioned the third Kazekage ever again.
Well, I think the argument is that the statement is in Data Book 4, which covers up through the War Arc, so it would also include War Arc Gaara as Kazekage.
The statement about the third Kazekage being the strongest, I mean, Maybe it's in the data book 4. I thought it was just in the manga itself in the Kazekage Rescue, and that was the end of it. But I don't know.
So I have a really
It might be.
stupid argument. I'm going to preface by saying it's really stupid, but because they've changed from the 5 great nations to the 5 allied nations. As we know, what are the ranks in Naruto? You have Academy Student. That's not really a rank. But you have Genin, Chunin, Jonin. Sanin is like an unofficial rank, but whatever. And then you have Kage, the top official rank of the village. Well, because there's no specific villages, there is no Kazekage. Gaara is not Kazekage anymore.
I thought you were going to say Gaara was the commander-in-chief of the 5 Great Nations Alliance, which makes them higher than Kage level.
That could be funny too.
No,
I'm going to switch my laptop in a second if you just wait like 20 seconds maybe.
Okay. Immortal, did you have any arguments? How would you argue against this?
I don't have any arguments.
Okay. Well. So, what would you do if you were in a debate? And somebody said this to you, and you're arguing for Naruto.
Real quick.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Well, Immortal, let's simulate it really quick.
Yeah.
Let's say that you're taking Sage Mode Naruto and I'm taking Sasori. Hey, Immortal, did you know that Sasori beat the 3rd Kazekage, who's the strongest Kage, stronger than Warrior Gaara? Therefore, Sasori would slam Sage Mode Naruto? What is your rebuttal to me, Immortal, in this debate that we're having between you and I?
Let me think.
I like how that implies that it's my decision.
Yeah.
Well, chat, what do you think about this debate so far? No one has said anything. Okay. Well. Immortal? Thoughts?
I would say, how would Sasori beat? Yeah, Sage and Naruto.
Okay, well that definitely doesn't address it. I would respond by being more powerful. And the winner of fights is usually dictated by who's stronger.
Yeah, I'm not really a debater.
That's fair.
just with him and his poison and his skills. And we know for a fact that Rasa, using his gold dust, was able to suppress the One Tail. And all of the Akatsuki members are stated to either be surpassing the Tail Beast or surpassing the Jinchuriki themselves. We see this at the beginning of Shippuden when what's his face?
Also add
Kakazu and
in the case of Rasa, I would also mention that you can definitely just argue he's Biju level regardless, but part of his Shukaku suppressingness ability is just hacks. He's just a hard counter. Gold dust beats sand, basically. So I'm not saying that Rasa doesn't have the ability to make a gold dust sand tsunami and has a beat in and of itself, but part of his Shukaku beating skill is just he's the hard counter.
So, whereas I agree with you, in Naruto itself, the universe of Naruto, hacks, I think, would be added to battle power to say that the Naruto characters would
what I
consider
mean
Rasa.
about that, no, I agree with what you're saying there. But what I mean there is, it doesn't mean that Rasa can body the Two Tails necessarily.
Yeah.
Not because the Two Tails is stronger, but because the Two Tails doesn't use regular sand, doesn't use sand at all. So it doesn't necessarily mean he's just Biju level. It might just be he beats this one Biju because of hard counter.
I agree.
That's what I was trying to say.
That being said, I think Phantom does have a pretty solid argument here, at least based on what we've been arguing. Obviously, Jay hasn't given his rebuttal yet, which is the important part, but if Gaara is relative to Shukaku, and all the Akatsuki members are supposed to be above the Tailed Beast, and Shukaku's a Tailed Beast, and Sasori's an Akatsuki member, there you go.
Yes, you would say Sasori over Gaara.
Yeah.
But obviously, let's be agree, Gaara was depicted as stronger than Shukaku. He was just bare minimum Shukaku level.
I agree.
But even then, though, the feat that makes him Shukaku level is something he did in part 1 versus Kinemaro. Keep that in mind.
Yes.
Is then Shukaku level
Yeah.
for years.
Looks like Jay is getting ready to come on. He has to get up at 4 a.m. though, so he said he can only be on for 30 minutes. But so maybe we'll pivot away
Okay.
from the debate and then come back to it. And I guess like 30
We
minutes.
should. Yeah, just like I said, as soon as he gets on, I want to be able to do whatever we're doing with him, and we can come back to this after.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he's here. So yeah, we'll come back to the debate after. But hello, Jay. Once you join this, hey, hello, Jay.
Hey, how's it going? You guys hear me?
We can, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Well, thank you for coming on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's been a while. I know I've been trying to plan this for a while.
Absolutely. Hey, you're one of the OGs around here, one of our first guests, so I'm glad that you could make a reappearance.
Oh, yes, sir. Definitely been meaning to do so, yeah.
Long ago.
Yeah, it has been a while. It's been so long that Kamui forgot what you sounded like, so...
Yeah, it has been a while. It has been a while, for sure.
Yeah.
But now it's also familiar.
Yeah, now you're our most recent guest.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so Kamui, did you have any specific topics that you wanted to do?
No, I was asking that earlier. I don't know. I'm bad with that.
Okay, so I actually didn't hear that. If you want to repeat that, my headphones messed up.
Not off the top of my head. I'm very bad with that.
Okay. Heard it that time. All
I have
right.
to go back and just look at topics that
That's
have
fine.
been written down.
So I will just Control F J the Great for J the Great topics that we have. And okay, that's not promising. But I know I wrote some down. I just have to find the exact way that I wrote it.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah. Okay, at the very least, I do know some of the topics I wanted to go over. So, Jay, you would consider yourself well-versed in the debate community.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, so this is something that Thunder God said, and so maybe you know what he's talking about, but Thunder God mentioned at one point that Lee is... basically that Might Guy doesn't want to use the 8 gates until Lee surpasses him.
Right.
What are your thoughts on that?
So, without me knowing whether that's been confirmed, if it's something that comes down to whether we think that's plausible or not, I say yeah, because the idea of using the 8 gates kills you. So it makes sense as to why he'd want to wait for his, I guess, supposed successor to first surpass him before using a life-ending ability such as that one. So TG saying that, I would agree. Whether or not I can actually confirm it's ever said or stated, I think to imply that in general seems correct, because he does hold Lee dear to him as a pupil, I guess you could say.
So we're all in agreement. We think Might Guy would want to do that, but
yeah,
for me and Kamui, maybe this is just us, but it doesn't feel like Lee surpassed Guy at any point.
Yeah.
The story tried to imply that that's why Guy was okay with doing in this moment or anything of that nature.
Right. I think it
I
comes
think
down
he just
to
had to.
yeah, I think it comes down to the moment and why he did what he did, because against Jubidara, the odds are stacked against the entire Shinobi world, with Jubidara just dominating everybody in the moment. So he probably said, "Hey, I wanted to see Leaf surpass me, but I don't really have a choice here. It's either that or the Shinobi world, and Lee included, would end anyway. So I'm gonna have to let go of that great moment. I could have seen him surpass me. So I think it came down to him having no other options in his own mind. He's like, I have to use it. If I don't, Jubidara would win. At least on him. Obviously, he didn't know that 6 past Naruto and Sasuke were coming. Shortly after. But yeah, that's probably what he was going through his mind from his perspective.
Yeah.
At that point in time.
I also just love that this sort of implies that Lee did surpass him off screen and is just a powerhouse and we just had no idea. But that also means if Lee just canonically was slightly weaker, Guy just would have refused to use the 8 gates against Jubi Madara, which is insane.
Right. Exactly, yeah.
It's like, sorry Madara, I would fight you, but that guy over there's not surpassed me yet, so...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It almost feels like Dragon Ball Z, Goku in the Cell Saga when he's fighting Cell, and he's like, "All right, Gohan, your turn."
Yeah, exactly. That's him like trying to forcibly pass the mantle to Gohan. It's like you got it. I think you can beat him.
So
basically.
Sweet. I love it.
Yeah, that's a crazy moment for a father. I'm not gonna lie.
For sure. Okay, so me and Kamui do a lot of debates around here. And so I wrote a debate thing down that applies to debates in general. And Kamui's going to disagree. He's going to think that I'm referring to him specifically in this. And that's because I thought to write this down branching off of a debate that we were having in the past. But it isn't directly...
Some stupid thing that you're going to say. I already know it.
Okay, So, Jay, I'm curious, as a debater, what your thoughts are on this whole large, long tangent here. So, I write, half the time I interpret something to be deeper...
Oh my god, I don't even want to listen to this nonsense.
Didn't get one sentence in. All right. Half the time I interpret something to be deeper than it may appear at first glance. It's always, I doubt Kishimoto meant it that way. Kishimoto wasn't thinking of that. That definitely wasn't the intended meaning. And whenever I argue the series didn't go far enough and should have been more, it's always... It said all it needed to say, and less is more, and that's what makes it beautiful. So, aka, if I say that Naruto is complex, then Kamui would just basically respond with, no, it's not. And if I say that Naruto's too simple, he also says
Two things.
Yeah.
One, you could say what you want about the Kishimoto interpreting it a certain way thing, because that did come up in a conversation. This last part, I didn't say those things to you. You could say Jonathan Oliver or whoever did that. That wasn't me. Don't proceed to use me as the example. I never said anything about Naruto not being complex or whatever.
Well, let me give you an example, because this is your notion on my interpretation of the series at different points. So obviously you're not actually...
No. Sorry. Let me correct you real quick. Not mine. Everyone's interpretation of your interpretation.
Okay, yeah, so that's Kamui's interpretation. Okay, so as an example, I think the series is overly simplified compared to Kamui's interpretation. When Itachi first shows up to the village, I think he is just written as just evil, whereas Kamui thinks there's more nuance and complexity there, to where Kishimoto knew when he was writing that arc that Itachi was going to be a good guy in the future. I disagree. So I think it's more simple than it actually is, whereas later on in the war arc...
You're already making it more extreme than what I said. At the very least, I'm saying there's more to his reasoning than what he says to Sasuke. And then with the Sasuke retrieval arc, I think he had to use the Uchiha coup in mind.
Okay. So, similarly...
Overinflate what I'm saying.
So, for example, with the war arc, I think there's moments there that are overly complex, such as Madara and Obito's characters, to where Kamui disagrees with that notion.
No, again. See, you're already... See, this is why I don't want to listen to this, because you're saying things that just aren't the case. Nowhere am I arguing complexity versus not. I'm arguing that you're just wrong about Obito always being evil and the narrative mass blah, blah, blah stuff that everyone agrees with. I'm arguing that you're wrong about Madara when we say that he wants to do the infinite Tsukiyomi himself and plans to stop Obito, and you disagree. Or literally says it. That's what I argue about.
Yeah, you're arguing.
I'm not arguing that... I'm not saying, in fact, my interpretation of Madara is that he is complex, and he's good. You just don't like it.
So,
So
Kamui,
stop saying things that aren't the case.
me saying that isn't you saying the Naruto series is simple. It's you saying it's more simple than I think it is in this instance.
No, it's just that you just have a wrong interpretation. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
So do you think my interpretation is more complex or more simple than the series it actually is?
That's tricky because I could argue for both. I think you're gonna laugh. I think it's just wrong.
Okay. Well, Kamui, let's reverse the shoe on the other foot. And do I do both of these contradictory, hypocritical case-by-case nitpick with Kamui both ways as well?
I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
So I think that you do this with me, for example, with the Obito and Madara thing and the Itachi thing. Do I do this with you anywhere?
Do what?
The saying that your interpretation is wrong, the series is more simple or complex than it actually is at some argument.
Yes,
or at some
all the
point.
time. You do this all the time.
Okay, well, let's hear an example.
90% of Boruto discussions, if they're theories,
Do you have anything
you don't think
specific?
Kishimoto meant it that way. And I understand there's a little bit of a meme behind it, but like, you do that.
Okay, but we usually agree on that. Is there anywhere where we disagree?
There's some of the symbolic aspects of like Madara's Renegon Limbo ability or Obito's Kamui and so on. Or Itachi.
Okay, well,
We
that
both
definitely
agree
supports
Sasuke's
it.
is way overblown, but
Sure. So, Jay, with all this in mind, what are your thoughts so far?
I think when it comes down to concluding whether or not a narrative is complex or not, so I guess it depends on if it's an overall narrative. If you're trying to determine whether it's complex or not, it's certainly opinion based, and I guess it comes down to who can illuminate better what makes a narrative complex, either complex or simple.
So it means by that.
Yeah.
When it comes to more specific cases like the Itachi thing, whether Kishimoto or not knew who Itachi was going to be long term in the narrative, I guess the best way, obviously, to conclude whether or not he knew was whether or not that was his real, like asking him whether or not that was his intention or not. You could argue either way, because what makes it difficult is that Itachi was undercover and purposely trying to mask himself as an evil, like genocidal terrorist, when in reality he was trying to protect his brother. So it's quite hard to prove that Kishimoto knew that, but had that intention or not, unless again you were to ask him yourself. I guess when it comes down to it, in my opinion, when it comes to Naruto, if I'm just giving my opinion, I think it's, in comparison to most shonen anime, pretty complex thematically. There's a lot of abstract ideas explored, like especially with Madara, who I do think as well as a complex character. He's not just a binary character, such as like Hidan, for example, very black and white villain. Madara's very morally gray. You could argue his intentions were good, trying to end what he calls a cycle of war and hate. But then again, you could argue against it and say, well, you're removing free will, and it comes down to the whole idea of whether or not free will or peace is more valuable, which is a debate that's still had today. But yeah, that's always an interesting rabbit hole to go down. Yeah.
So what you're saying is you agree with me.
Yeah, I think overall,
because
Naruto is complex, in my opinion. Yeah.
But dude, yeah, that's why I don't like when you say stuff like that. I never once have I ever argued Naruto wasn't complex. Jonathan Oliver, argues that. We specifically argue with him that Naruto is more complex than Boruto, and he argues that it's the opposite. So I don't know why you're doing this.
Okay. So, go ahead.
I don't think anyone was saying. I think you were
Okay,
just laughing.
never mind. All right, so, okay. That's the unimportant part with this just, like, context. Here's the part that actually, like, matters for this. So, this is about stories in general. Rather than Naruto or me and Kamui or debates or whatever, this is just stories in general and how they should be analyzed or interpreted. So, I'm analyzing the Naruto series as it's laid out to be interpreted. Not Kishimoto's Naruto, but the Naruto. So to that extent, I would just like argue death of the author or whatever because I don't really care in that case. So Kishimoto's interpretation can just be wrong compared to mine in some cases, or just in general. Kishimoto can be wrong on his own series. For example, let's just say that it's consistent.
But real quick though, there's already a problem because there's gonna be two problems. One is you said I'm analyzing the Naruto series as it is laid out to be interpreted. You're making it sound like there is one correct interpretation, when in many cases, I'm not saying in every single instance there's necessarily multiple interpretations. Sometimes things are written to be interpreted how you want. Other times, like for example, the Rasengan is written to be interpreted as the Rasengan. That's a terrible example, but you get the point. Like, or you're meant to think that Naruto beat Neji in the Chunin exams, regardless of why. You're meant to believe that that just did factually happen. There's no ambiguity. Some things are meant to be interpreted one way, some are meant to be multiple. But you're writing as if there's only one correct interpretation, and of course it's yours. And then this is where you get to the second part. Well, it's really annoying to hear you write that when it comes to a lot of our debates, we have like the 8 people disagreeing with you about Madara at XYZ things, and you're saying, no, this is the interpretation. And it's like, well, then why is it that everyone disagrees?
Okay, well, first of all, it's very controversial. It's like split down the middle, really, is Madara. But
no, because I'm not talking about was Madara right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the things like, oh, did Madara plan to like stop Obito and do Infinite Tsukuyomi himself? Whatever thing that we debated that one time. Stuff like that.
Sorry to agree with me, but either way. So so I'll let you know right now that isn't what I meant when I wrote this out to have one interpretation. I more so mean the Naruto series, similar to, you could just substitute it for like a court case trial, how that's laid out to be interpreted. Obviously, you can interpret that either way. And so it's just given to the audience for us to interpret it however which way we will. Thoughts? Okay. Well, with that in mind, obviously, if it's something like, was Itachi planned out, then it only makes sense to debate Kishimoto's intention as the author, because that's planning out from the author's perspective, obviously. But if it's something like, is Kid Obito the true Obito, or was he a molded Konoha Obito, then that means we have to like look at the series rather than the author's interpretation. So we can't like look at interviews or back of the book statements or whatever, or data books or whatever. So even then, I sincerely doubt Kishimoto was actively, consciously, primarily thinking in his mind's brain's head either way about this. If he did think about it, then he didn't include it in the story.
See, this is what I disagree. Like, so, whereas you can argue it's not... Okay, so, when it comes to the Obito thing, the story, in my opinion at least, as well as many others, the story is clearly trying to tell you that the true Obito was the kid Obito, the one that's friends with Kakashi, the one that said, those who break the rules are scum, and those who abandon their friends are worse than scum, and blah, 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 the one who wanted to become Hokage. The story is clearly trying to tell you that's the true Obito. Because not only is that what Naruto says is talk to Jutsu, Obito himself affirms this very strongly, like 3 different times after that. Both when he's doing it when he stabs Madara, he's doing it right before he dies talking to Naruto and so on. The story clearly is trying to tell you that. You can argue, well, based off of real life, you could just argue the story's wrong. That shouldn't be the case because, well, the Konoha has been instilling ideas in Obito, and so the whole time it's probably this. And then in light of Ikimoto's interview with the Shinju, that the true Obito probably was evil, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you can argue that. But that's not what the Naruto story is trying to tell you. It's just not. It's not trying to imply that the true Obito was evil and that Konoha made him a good guy. That's not what the story is telling you. You can argue that's the more realistic truth, but it's not what the story's trying to convey. And that's what I'm arguing about. What is the story conveying? You can argue the story's wrong. That's fine. You don't like Naruto's story. We make that meme all the time. But that's what the story's conveying.
Well, the story also conveys Konoha as both good and evil at different points of the series. But either way, this argument doesn't hinge on that one
but that's
example.
not even what this part about Obito is about. They're not debating. Naruto and Obito were never presenting the thought, nor Madara, that Konoha is molding Obito into good or bad. They're only just addressing Obito's core as being the one who wants to become Hokage and change the world and blah blah blah. So they're not even addressing that aspect. So again, you can argue it's bad, it didn't go far enough. You can make that argument. I am fine with you making that argument. But you can't be saying that's what the story is trying to tell you.
Well,
it's just not even addressing that. It's clearly not trying to tell you that. It's trying to ignore it.
Thankfully, even though you disagree with this example, this isn't hinging on this one example, and you can substitute it with any example you could agree with. And this is a narrative instance. I'll just use something we've never argued over. So power scaling, I think, is what obviously would apply here much more strongly, which is why I wanted Jay's interpretation on this. So as an example, Sage of Thick Calves recently did a pixel scale to determine how fast Minato is in comparison to the Ninetales. And it came out to be somewhere around 7 times faster. Minato 7 times faster. Let's just say that is consistent within Naruto. Let's just say it is for now. Does Kishimoto, if you ask him that, does he even know that? Or does he have a guess of where that would be? Or was he just not even thinking about it at all? And does that matter? I'm curious on Jay's thoughts.
Yeah, so he definitely would not know. I guarantee most authors or manga writers, mangakas, whatever you want to call them, that's the last thing on their mind. They want to sell manga. Obviously, they want to display who's stronger than the other, but to go down to the actual pixel of some panel to determine how exactly quantified how much stronger, faster, etc. someone is than the other is absolutely the last thing on their mind. And when it comes to pixel scaling, I just completely disregard it because every pixel scaling, every criteria or every arbitrary metric system is dependent upon the person creating this arbitrary, ambiguous pixel scaling. So I don't even deem it as credible evidence in a debate. And that's the best way to sort of disregard it, as it can no way in good faith verify that their arbitrary metric system when it comes to these pixels and the distance of each singular pixel and how they determine it can be credible or actually verified. So it's quite easy to disregard if you know how to elaborate why it's unverifiable.
So what I will say, though, is that it's not about the pixel scale, but the conclusion. And for the audience that doesn't know, the pixel scale is just the method they use to get to a conclusion. For Kishimoto, he's obviously using a different conclusion. I don't think he's pixel scaling. But for Kishimoto, he's the author. He can just make it up, and that can be his conclusion. He's like, yeah, I'll have Minato be like 7 times faster than Kurama or whatever. He's not like measuring it out or anything. But if like that's in his mind, because I do think that would be at least a reasonable conclusion that someone could come to. Not that I'm saying that he's doing that or anything, but for a author of a battle shonen to where the fights are incorporated with the narrative, so that does matter to display it at least consistently to some degree.
But usually in those cases, they're going to follow up with the statement somewhere. Kishimoto, if that was specifically what he was thinking, he would have written somewhere, data book, manga chapter, whatever, that Minato was 7 times faster. Maybe just make the statement.
Well, because he can think it without including
if it's something he's specifically thinking about, I think more often than not, they probably would mention it.
I definitely would not rely on that at the very least. You could say that maybe he's not thinking of numbers.
But think about it, though. If Kishimoto wants to convey that Minato is 7 times faster, between the two options, option 1, he's going to pixel scale Minato and Kurama every single fight to be exactly the 7 times faster ratio, or he can just say it one time and then not have to worry so much about the specific pixel scaling of his art. What's he going to pick? He's going to pick the statement.
So what I would say is it doesn't necessarily have to be specifically 7 times faster that Kishimoto's thinking of. If Kishimoto's thinking, oh yeah, Minato, he's way faster than the Ninetales, and then he's drawing him consistently what he thinks, quote
all he's going
unquote,
to do then is just show Minato being faster. So these are just two different things. That's what I'm getting at. He's not going to make a statement just faster or way faster, all he needs to do is show it.
Well, no,
but
no.
if it's specific numbers, quantitative, then he's gonna say it.
Well, what I'm saying is that he like subconsciously has an idea in his mind of what Minato versus Kurama consistently looks like, and so he in his mind is thinking that's way faster. But if he's consistently drawing at the same speed, and it just so happens to be 7 times faster consistently, then would we go with that, even though Kishimoto isn't thinking about it, but he's arguably intending it? I mean, would you argue that's intent?
Well, I guess part of that depends on the context. When you say, like, would be, it depends on what are we doing when we're talking about this. Are we debating just for the sake of a debate? Are we trying to debate what we think Kishimoto's intent is? What are we doing with this?
Yeah, so this would just be taking debate out of it, and it's just how we should interpret Naruto in general.
I don't think we should be using pixel scaling as how we should interpret Naruto under any circumstance.
That definitely wasn't what I was arguing, but Jay, do you have any thoughts on this before we...
Yeah, so when it comes to like the idea that Kishimoto has a specific quantification of gap in ability between two characters, it's very unlikely that he does. To display that is impractical. It'd be impossible due to the restrictions of media, restrictions of there being so much space on a page, and other factors being in his mind, such as how do I appeal to the audience? How do I make this narrative entertaining? I can't just... that's the idea of trying to display or relay the message that one opponent is stronger than the other, of course, is on his mind. But as far as a quantification or some like numerical difference, that's probably not as important to him, unless, again, he could, like Kamui said, he could like actually state it. That's the most pragmatic and practical way without having to draw some crazy thing or consistently draw the same thing for many, many panels, which just takes away from its appeal. I do agree pixel scaling should be disregarded. It's arbitrary and only dependent upon the person that's creating this so-called pixel scaling. When it comes down to how we should interpret things, it should be on a qualitative basis.
That's what I was about to say. You can use my belt is full.
Yeah,
you can use it qualitatively to say, oh, he's faster based off the pixel scaling, but probably not he's specifically 3 times faster.
Agreed. Yeah, that's what I would say. I would say if it's displayed comfortably enough that one character is faster than the other, then you don't even need the pixel scaling. The quantification is irrelevant. You could just say, oh yeah, he's faster than this guy because Kishimoto is depicting this combat situation and in this combat situation that character is clearly faster than the other. Again, I think when it comes to the authors, they have these things in mind, but it isn't as important, obviously, as it is to like a power scaler, which is like that's their only intention, is to prove their claim over someone else's, such as in a debate setting. But yeah, pixel scaling to me is null and void, to be honest. But
so I agree, and it is pretty unreasonable, but I think it's at least fair to some extent to at least entertain the idea, just based on like association. So for example, if Kishimoto, which again this would be going back to Kishimoto's interpretation, we just don't know this, obviously, we have no way of knowing this, but like let's just say Kishimoto is thinking in his head 7 times faster, and how that's consistently depicted, or sorry, he's thinking in his head way faster, and how way faster, regardless of who he's drawing, it's always consistently 7 times faster, that's how it's depicted, then for Kishimoto, even if he is unconsciously, subconsciously aware of it, then way faster to Kishimoto would be 7 times faster. For an example, if I were to ask you to draw a painting of something that is hot, you would probably use red paint just based on the association. As an example.
Right.
So I definitely think
that's right. I think it comes down to now the idea of like a specific quantification being, I guess, consistent in every depiction of 2 characters going at it in combat or whatever. It's just not practical. Yeah, it'd be like an impossible feat for him to consistently have to draw the exact same measurements or like some way depict the same quantification.
Yeah, all on accident, by the way.
Yeah, it'd be very, very difficult to do that and impractical, I guess, to do so. Yeah. I guess I'd say. Yeah.
Okay. When it comes to my thoughts on Kishimoto including things that he thinks of in the series, since Kamui made that point, I actually do have this written out here. So I think it's completely rational for Kishimoto to not include everything, because not every thought on the series that influences it needs to or should be in the series. To an extent, it would be silly to clarify things like these directly in the text or subtext itself.
Right.
Well, it
yeah.
depends. Like, on the context of what it is.
Yeah, to an extent is where we would agree on that then.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I think the idea of the panels themselves are, you could only draw sequences of actions when you're drawing specifically like manga. You can't, display every single action and seamlessly and explain every single moment of every single situation. The authors imply that we, the audience, will pick up the pieces as to what most likely happened. Maybe if for example, in a time skip or in moments that we don't see observably specifically. So yeah, the idea of trying to include every thought, every conversation, every moment of action, I agree, it's impossible. We as the audience have to logically attempt to pick up the pieces and I guess conclude what most likely happened in these unobserved or inobservable moments, which is what it is exploited in debates in the first place. People try to argue that their vision of what happened in a moment that isn't depicted is more likely than their opponent's vision. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And this is just my general conclusion on this. So it's practically impossible to know Kishimoto's intention when writing the series, or his interpretation or analysis of the series outside of interviews, because outside of that info is simply inaccessible. We're not omnipotent, we can't peer inside Kishimoto's head. So because it doesn't exist in any way that we can access it, we cannot ask Kishimoto personally, ourselves, obviously, to get a true, immediate, accurate response. So to an extent, we should, or we have to, go through the series itself to see what is most consistent. Kamui, can you say this word for me?
No.
Okay, Jay, can you say this word for me?
That's not a real word.
It's the one that's highlighted, irregardless.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, of what we
you know that
believe
word
to
that doesn't
be
exist.
what may or may not be Kishimoto's intent from 12 years ago. Yeah, so I wrote that down just because of Kamui.
Because we were talking about it that one time.
Yeah.
We were talking about, it was because of I think it was a string of things. You didn't know what infamous meant. There might have been another word, and we got into irregardless versus regardless.
Yeah.
Well, I was just using that as an example, though.
Yeah.
Not that you were saying it.
Okay. So, Kamui, obviously you hated this, but you agree with me that this topic, primarily overall, the point of it is about how to interpret series, and then we can apply that to Naruto, rather than being because Itachi or Obito or any specific argument that we've had in the past.
Well, two things. So, this message wasn't about how to interpret a series. It was just about interpreting series.
Yes.
He did not tell us how to interpret a series in this anywhere.
Well, I wrote it down so we can discuss it. And I feel like we have
It was
verbally...
about interpreting series, but it wasn't how to interpret a series.
Okay, I think that's completely fine because we did that. So it's perfectly exactly what the topic was supposed to do. Similarly, the most recent topic I put in here is doing the same idea, to where, with the Itachi conversation as an origin source that got me thinking about a lot of things after branching off into other thoughts, I came to the conclusion of effect does not dictate or determine cause. So, with that being the premise, similar to the previous one being about how to interpret series, this is another thing to where we can apply to Naruto based on ideas I thought of because we discussed Naruto that one time. So, Jay, what do you think about this statement in general?
I think it's a pretty universally accepted thing. I think there's a property in mathematics about correlation and cause.
You should modify it to does not always dictate determine cause. Sometimes it does.
I agree.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair.
I think it's an accepted sort of property.
Yeah. And Kamui, I'm not writing this down to disagree with or to go against any specific point. This is just a conclusion that I thought of after thinking of the conversation overall. And so I'm sure that you would agree with this. Since this doesn't
as soon as you edit it to say always in front.
Sure, okay, that. Stupid.
Because currently, no, your statement is wrong until you add that word in there.
Okay, it's generally
There we
right,
go.
but there.
Much better.
Whatever. So, going back to the Itachi conversation we had about whether Itachi was always planned to be evil, this is something that we talked about in the past. It's similar to retroactive foreshadowing, which is, as an example, because Kimimaro has the same design, abilities, last name anyways, as Kaguya, was Kaguya planned out from Kimimaro's conception, or at what point can we determine it's based on Kimimaro?
You could argue, okay, but this one you can't really argue either way, but it's possible that Kishimoto wanted to end with Kaguya, but I'm not going to say that Kimimaro foreshadows Kaguya. It doesn't foreshadow her in any way. It's like I mean, you have to understand what foreshadowing is. It's just that this isn't foreshadowing. It's just Kishimoto reused an ability. It's not foreshadowing. Nothing about it is guiding you to the future of Kaguya. They just happen to be the same.
But all the puzzle pieces do line up as if they could have been planned out.
Yeah, but that is different from foreshadowing.
I agree. We've also talked about with the Attack on Titan finale, but anyways.
It's the same way how, no offense, I saw False Gun guy mention the Shikamaru Hokage thing. No, Shikamaru's Hokage conversation with Asuma does not foreshadow the Boruto era when he becomes Hokage. It's not foreshadowing, it's just connecting the two thoughts. But that doesn't mean it's foreshadowing. It's not the same thing.
Yeah. So, when looking at a scene, and this is where it starts getting more important for the point of the conversation. When looking at a scene, it's important to assess why a scene exists. Just screenwriter stuff doesn't apply to Naruto specifically, but applies to everything. So, a scene's primary function is to focus on that as part of the story engine to keep driving the story forwards. Every scene needs to exist. With that in mind, everything else...
Well, not every scene needs to exist.
Which should, is the conceptually. But everything else in or surrounding the point of that scene is meant to facilitate that main point. Bolster it, support it, get to that point in a seamless kind of way. So yeah, just in general, that's writing information there. So foreshadowing can exist for more of an overarching story, or to more seamlessly connect two different arcs together, but overall, every individual arc is supposed to wrap up all the arc-specific stuff at a bare minimum into a nice little bow for maximum viewer satisfaction. It's fine.
So real quick. So this is exactly, I don't remember who we were discussing this with, but it was about the whole movie wrapping up plot points thing. You remember when we talked about, like, I don't know who it was we were talking, I think it had to do with, like, a hypothetical Boruto movie end of series type thing, but, like, the point is, it should wrap up, like, at least that arc's plot points. Some things, obviously, like you mentioned with foreshadowing, some things are set up for future arcs and an ongoing series, but it will wrap up that arc's things,
Yeah. And obviously, it's fine to ask more questions than answers in any kind of arc, as long as everything is resolved by the bookend of the series. So, that doesn't defeat the point, though, of every arc having a resolution within said arc. And no, Kamui, this is not a point written to counter anything you said. This is completely unrelated to the entire conversation, basically. But again, it's just a tangent side.
If anything, it's only supported things I've said.
Okay, so before going further, Jay, do you have anything to
add
on all of this?
All right, let's see what this next thing is.
Yeah, I think the idea of arcs. Yeah, so the idea of the way stories work for the most part, especially in manga, and the idea of arcs. Yeah, these arcs are meant to give these sub stories, and in a way with the foreshadowing, it's almost the idea of, an analogy is a battle and a war. You always hear that saying, you might have won the battle, but not the war. So all these arcs are like, I consider them battles, and the main climax is the war, essentially. So these arcs contribute to the war via foreshadowing, but each of these battles conclude, like you said, having a resolution, which further drives appeal to the audience. Like, oh, the hero's still on his journey, but he completed his battle or his mission in this arc. That's good. Goes on to the next arc, does the same thing until he gets to the war. And in this case, with Naruto, it would be the war arc, which is like the climax, and winning the war was defeating Kage and Madara, basically. But I agree. I do think arcs serve a larger purpose for the overall narrative, and also serve to, like you said, drive the story forward with their own, I guess, mini story or whatever you want to call it, to continue character development, to continue world building. So arcs have multiple purposes. I agree. Multiple purposes, including foreshadowing for their overall narrative. So I agree with that.
And what
I
I
think
would
the
say,
battle war thing's a great way to put it. Like every
Yeah.
battle in a war doesn't necessarily end the war, but
Yeah.
every battle has a conclusion.
and
Yeah,
to show you.
exactly.
and the war is
Yeah.
broken up into every individual battle rather than looking at the whole war. You look at the distinct battles, which are each different
Yeah.
and have their own beginning, middle, and end. I would say a story is the same way, to where you have a overall story, which you can then break up into sagas, which you can break up into arcs, which you can break up into scenes, which you can break up into beats, which you can break up into individual cuts. And obviously there's still a through line there that keeps everything that came before and after continuous, consistent, trying to progress one singular story, even though every individual cut is different from every other cut and everything else I said there. So it's still, despite the Kazekage rescue arc not being the tuning exams, it's still telling and progressing the story of Naruto.
Out of curiosity, how would you define the difference between a saga and an arc? Like, I have ideas, but like, what would your definition be for like the difference?
Saga is bigger. The easiest way, without even
I know
explaining
that,
it, would just be Dragon Ball has sagas, which are then broken up into arcs. The most obvious one being the Android arc versus the Cell arc. But it's the Cell
Yeah,
saga.
but the problem is that doesn't
Haven't
resonate
seen
with me because I
Dragon
don't
Ball.
haven't seen it. Yeah.
Jay, I'm curious if you have another way of explaining that.
Yeah, sagas are essentially, I guess, larger chunks of entire narratives. They typically contain multiple arcs, while arcs are smaller in comparison. They're singular. So sagas are more malleable as far as their size, but they're typically bigger than arcs. I guess, yeah, like you said, Dragon Ball is famous for having sagas, Cell Saga, Buu Saga. While arcs, again, are typically smaller and individual, like the Land of Waves arc, the War arc. I guess
Well,
it's the best way to
actually-
put it. I guess
actually-
it comes down to semantics.
I'm glad you said that, because Naruto has, in my opinion, at least 2 different sagas, probably 3 if you consider one of them a saga. I'll get to it in a minute, but
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Because would you agree with this? Could you consider basically the Akatsuki saga would be like beginning of Shippuden to end of the Pain arc, or if you really want to stretch it, maybe end of Kage Summit, but because that's where the war is declared. But
yeah, you could argue it like that. My 2 that I was going to say are the tuning exams and Konoha Crush. People don't even know those are 2 different arcs for obvious reasons, but that's you could consider that a saga. Similarly, the war arc is just made up of 3 different arcs, but it's all continuous. It feels like one arc, so it's more like a saga in that regard.
Right.
Hot Boy would disagree with you on that one. Though.
Yes. The one that gets arguable, because it's just, regardless of saga or arc, it's just arguable how to divide this in the first place. But the fated battle between brothers and the Pain arc and the Jiraiya versus Pain fight, wherever you consider that, it's all...
Yeah, so that one though, the way I would do it is the Pain arc is like, Pain invasion and stuff. The rest of it is just Itachi pursuit arc. And that argument is mainly based off of thematics.
Sure.
Like, basically, see, I wrote this down somewhere, but like, to make this really simple, it's like almost like the theme of the arc is like seeing through deception in a way, and you can attribute that to literally pretty much every part of the arc, and it wouldn't apply to like Naruto's Pain arc. It's just different themes there. I don't know. Remember, I wrote this more nicely somewhere. I don't know where though.
Okay. Well,
anyway, the main argument behind that though would just be thematics, but you can still make your arguments with the saga stuff.
Yeah, I got you. Jay, I'm curious, would you agree with the first 2 sagas that I listed, Konoha Crush and Tuning Exams, being a saga, and then the War arc actually being a saga?
I would agree, because there's a lot that encompasses those, I guess, those timelines, and I would agree that because they're so widespread and I guess very, very pivotal to the overall arching narrative, you could consider them sagas. I'd also agree, like, what Kamui said with the Akatsuki, like that could be considered a whole saga with all the Akatsuki villains and all the events that transpired. You know, having that common affiliation that they're all Akatsuki members.
I think
Yeah.
another again, so for me, I haven't seen enough anime to really, so I'm mainly asking you guys based off your experiences, but because I think Chunin Exam's Konoha Crush is probably the best example of one where it just is they are two different arcs in every way, but they are so seamlessly connected. In most saga cases, is it like that? So the work's another example where, unless you're Hot Boy, but you can, like Tuning Sims Konoha Cross anyway. It's all the similar setting, and it just literally goes. It doesn't have that like, oh, we're back home from the mission, gonna go to bed, and then tomorrow we're starting the new mission feel to it. It's just the exams end with the gun goes off, and now it's Konoha Crush. Do a lot of sagas just have that seamless connection to where they feel connected, but even though they're separate arcs? Is that usually how that goes?
If I had to compare like Dragon Ball, that wouldn't be the case. I mean, the past villains are referenced, like going from the Namek, the Cell saga, for example, to the Buu saga. He's referenced, but there's no real connection between him and Buu. While conversely, Naruto, it's like you said, it's seamless. You almost can't even tell. With the Chunin Exam to Konoha Crush, almost seems like the same arc if you didn't really pay attention. So I guess it depends on the anime. It depends on certain things, but I would say in general that from my experience with anime, it's not the case. Naruto just does it so well, so seamless.
I think you could argue either way. Like if we're saying the war or the Chunin Exams are sagas, then that's obviously one continuous thing. There's no downtime in between. But something like Dragon Ball, say between the Android arc and the Cell arc, sounds so foreign to say that for Dragon Ball, but you could argue that there's some downtime in between. Maybe they're training, but the whole point is, despite there being a time of peace or relative peace, that over-looming villain is still present in the background as the next threat that they know they have to handle, because it's already basically been built up or set in place, in the same way that I think you could argue that same thing for the first half of Shippuden, if you want to argue from Kazekage Rescue to the Pain arc is one saga, despite there being times of in between, basically.
Yeah, that's the thing with that one. So
yeah, I think it is a case by case basis. I agree. Yeah.
Either way. Okay. Where that gets interesting is something like Hunter x Hunter, if you've seen that, Jay.
Actually, that's on my bucket list. I actually haven't seen that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I recommend it more than Oodie will.
I'll just keep the point quick then. The point is, in between every arc, Kamui, I'm sure you would agree, it feels so seamless that you know it's obvious that it's a new arc. But it's like, wow, they just progressed to it.
I know, like it will just, they do flow one arc to the next very seamlessly. There's only really one. I think this isn't spoiling to say the name of the arc. I think the first arc to the second arc, I don't even specify. I think that's the most non-seamless one, because they're just like, all right, we're gonna go do this now. But even that's pretty like seamless the way they do it.
Well, I can't believe you ruined that for Jay.
I heard it's good though. Swagaset told me 6. Yeah, they say it's really good.
It's decent. It only gets better with time. Okay, so slight segue back to this conversation though. So, Jay, what are your thoughts on Itachi when he first showed up to the village in part 1 to go capture Naruto? Do you think Kishimoto knew he was going to be a good guy later in the series?
It's tough to tell because, again, Itachi's a master of deception, so it's almost as if you could argue, well, Kishimoto just had Itachi hide it so well, or you could argue conversely, that wasn't the intention at all, and he was just evil at that point. If I had to argue,
you can also add a third middle ground approach. Not necessarily the answer we got. Leaf Village orders him to do a mission because he's a good guy, blah blah blah. But the middle ground, there's just more to his massacre than just the pure test my limits evilness. You have the middle ground as well.
Yeah. I think the way in which he approached his battle against Kakashi and Guy and company, it shows hesitation. It's very slight, and he made sure Kisame didn't notice. Like, oh, let's get out of here. We're gonna be in some trouble. When in reality, him and Kisame were far superior to anyone that even was in Konoha at the time. Him showing just enough hesitation to not kill Kakashi. Another example is later on. I mean, this isn't connected, but when Sasuke goes to try and finds him, and he like chokes him out, and Kisame's like, "Man, you're as cool as ever," but he's holding back to not just completely kill him in one shot. These slight hesitations kind of display perhaps an ulterior motive, but again, that's opinionated. You could argue he just doesn't care about these people, and he only cares about capturing Naruto, which is a fair argument too. It's a tough one to determine, but that'll be my thoughts on it.
Since we're doing this, Oodie, do you mind if I'll go find it real quick? If I share my, actually, I might just still have it up. You remember the Fugaku conversation thing that we were like talking about the other time?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go look for it real quick. I want him to see it and just say his thoughts without either of us giving sides, but
yeah,
let's go find it real quick.
To add on to everything we said, or just to clarify at the very least, obviously there was plans for Itachi to be something in the future. The question is, did Kishimoto have the plan of whether that was good or bad? Because it's not like I think that, oh, after this arc, Itachi just wasn't gonna be shown ever again. That's his last debut.
Right, yeah. It's a tough one to call, for sure.
Yeah. Well, on another line of thinking, because me and Kamui did briefly humor this idea, do you think that Itachi's words during that Sasuke fight, to where he's like, oh, actually, I did this so that you can unlock your Mangekyo, so I can steal it and awaken the eternal Mangekyo, and he does this evil laugh. Do you think when Kishimoto thought to write that, he was thinking Itachi was going to be a good guy or a bad guy? AKA, do you think he was actually writing that fight and later on decided he's going to be a good guy? Or do you think he knew going into it and he's basically having Itachi just make it up?
I think it comes again down to my original, what I said previous. It comes down to his slight hesitation, because even while ill, someone as intelligent as Zetsu was like, I can't believe he's getting hit by this. This guy never gets touched like this. And he's been sick for a while, holding back to the point he was. I think he was trying to egg Sasuke on to cause him to actually take his life, to make him feel like the hero, to make him feel like I took down the big bad wolf and I'm Konoha's hero, which is what obviously Itachi in the war arc said he wanted him to be. That's opinionated as well. I just kind of use inductive reasoning, like, oh, well, how did he act previous when he was arguably undercover? If you think he was undercover and you do think Kishimoto had that intention originally, I do think it adds up. But again, you could just say, well, he was just evil, and Kishimoto later on intended this to be the case. But it is an interesting conversation to have when it comes to Itachi and how he was originally intended to be written.
Yeah. What I mean specifically is, like, Kishimoto, we'll just give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's preparing in advance, he's planning ahead the story. So, like, when he's, like, drawing chapter 18 of the Land of Waves arc or whatever, he's like, how will I do Sasuke versus Itachi in the future? Well, here's some thoughts. I'll just jot them down. Maybe I'll come back to this later when I have it more fleshed out. But here's my initial premise of how this fight could go. And then obviously later on, he would take that concept and then actually expand upon it when he gets to the series. But, like, just planning it out. Do you think he ever had the idea in his head to have evil Itachi versus Sasuke, and he drew that out, and then later changed his mind when he decided for Itachi to be a good guy, but he still kept some of those core elements from when he may have considered Itachi to be evil? Because I think that'd be really cool and not wasting anything.
Right. I do think someone as talented as Kishimoto, he probably considers his mangas living documents, which is why the idea of data books exist. Like they change with each data book that is released. It changes things such as stats and the very state of the shinobi world. So I do think it's very plausible that in his head that idea was a living idea, and it probably did evolve over time as to what he wanted to do, what was working, what wasn't, what he thinks would add to the climax, or what would add to our complete just alment of what's taking place. I do think that is very possible that perhaps his ideas of Itachi evolved over time, and maybe he just kind of just changed them around a bit and kind of turned them into what he thought would be most successful, like marketing wise and appeal wise, entertainment wise. Yeah, it's definitely plausible to me for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that. Conway, do you
Yeah.
have it pulled up?
Yeah, so
We look at Conway's.
if you remember, so this is Sasuke retrieval arc flashbacks. There's there's a bunch of things you can point to, but this is the main one I want to look at. So if you remember, they have this argument. What you know what day tomorrow is, don't you? You just don't understand your position. My mission, blah blah blah. I can't tell you it's covert. Then Fugaku says, Itachi, you're the pipeline between the clan and the village nerve center. You know that, don't you? Take that arc, go to the meeting, blah blah blah. This line in particular, again, this is the Sasuke retrieval arc. What do you think of this? In terms of Kishimoto's mind planning, what do you think of this?
That moment, it's definitely intentionally meant to spark thought. It's a thought-provoking moment as to what thoughts Kishimoto wanted you to have. That's definitely a more interesting conversation. The very idea that he's a pipeline between the village and the clan does open your mind to possibilities as to what Itachi's intentions was. Whether or not he was just pure evil and that he was just resentful of his father for trying to make him something he didn't want to be, or maybe he was kind of embracing the idea of being a double agent and kind of having to use his moral compass to decide how to navigate that. I think it was meant to kind of spark thought into the minds of the audience when it came to who Itachi is, and that there's more to meet CI than him just being some evil dude that killed a bunch of people for no reason, at the very least, whether or not you believe that was Kishimoto's original intention or not.
So the thing I was thinking is, I think it's probably the previous chapter. So, yeah, it should be this chapter. The reason why I thought it was interesting is, so in the previous chapter, Itachi is talking to Sasuke about the Uchiha clan police force, and long story short, he's talking about how, the Uchiha clan, it's proud, they're entrusted with the security of the village, they have this great village role, blah, 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 Uchiha, proud village role here. Then Fugaku is saying, basically, Itachi, we need you to be our connection between the clan and the village nerve center. To me, this kind of implies shakiness between the clan and village, which obviously Itachi didn't tell Sasuke about. Sasuke doesn't know about any of that. But to me, this kind of implies, to me, I think, regardless of why Itachi's gonna kill the clan, I feel like Kishimoto is kind of setting up the coup d'etat with this. It's like, why would you need this if you have such a good relationship with the village, like Itachi was telling Sasuke?
Right. Oh, I definitely agree with that. I do think, from Fugaku's perspective, this is with Itachi being, covert ops for the Konoha, that's a perfect opportunity for him to gain a advantageous position in whatever,
and earlier there's a thing about that too, where it's oh yes, Itachi, with this you'll finally be an Anbu, and that's so important because you'll be in the Anbu. He's activating his Sharingan about this, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah. He's gonna take advantage of that situation to try to maybe gain some sort of political ground or territorial ground, whatever the case may be. Yeah, exactly.
And it's why do you need this, Fugaku? If the Uchiha clan, it's been the testament of the great pride and the civic duty and all that. Why would you need all this? So that's my opinion on it.
Yeah, he was definitely trying not to corrupt Sasuke with the behind the scenes politics and telling him there's great conflict between us and Konoha, and he was definitely trying to give him a more idealistic, maybe even lie to him, but more idealistic take on how the Uchiha are dealing with Konoha at the moment. I would say even lied to him just to keep him pure of heart, I guess. Didn't want to corrupt him.
And with that in mind, it doesn't necessarily, so this is my thing, by no means does, assuming Itachi is stopping the coup d'etat for the village, this doesn't mean, in Kishimoto's mind, that Danzo ordered it. Danzo didn't even exist yet. Doesn't mean that Hiruzen ordered it. It could just be, at this point in time, Itachi stopped it on his own, of his own free will, for the same reasons, but of his own free will. That's entirely possible. It's also possible that Itachi hates both the village and the clan, and he just stopped the coup, whatever. But like, at the very least, I think the coup d'état was planned, personally. And
Right.
Itachi doesn't want to tell Sasuke about it, clearly.
I agree, yeah. In the end, it's almost definitive that Sasuke was always to be protected in his mind, and that the coup d'etat was something he was wary of and wanted to. In the end, the whole moral argument is that he wanted to stop as many lives from being lost as possible, and that stopping the coup d'etat would more lives than it would take. Is if the coup d'etat was allowed, then there'd be even more death because both sides would have casualties, and this way, I guess, it doesn't stop casualties, but it limits it. And like you said, Danzo wasn't even introduced, so you could argue that Kishimoto perhaps originally intended to have Itachi do this, and Danzo not even exist.
There's other things that, like, I know Udi's going to want to brush these off, but I'm just going to mention them as, let me go. I guess I'll reshare my screen if I can find them real quick.
Before moving on, can I give my interpretation of that scene?
Sure.
So, I think that just goes back to what I was saying earlier about, from a writer's perspective, there's one point of a scene, and then everything else is meant to support that point. What do we think the point was of that scene? In my interpretation, it's not that Itachi's the pipeline, it's that Itachi has a high-ranking position because Kishimoto's using a writing tactic. He's sandwiching these ideas. Fugaku starts with, your position, and then he describes the position. That's the meat of the sandwich. And then he basically just restates again in different words, but Itachi, you understand your position, though, right? And that elaboration itself, the pipeline between the nerve center, that's so vague and ambiguous that we don't even know what that really means. You could argue that means Hokage or Anbu or something. We don't really know what that even means in the first place. And in my interpretation, that does not establish or imply shakiness between the village.
No, but why do they need Itachi?
Well, why do you think it's a
role?
need?
Because remember, the Uchiha already has the role of being the police force of which Fugaku is in charge of. They have an important role already. Why do they need Itachi in this Anbu Black Ops role?
Well, why are you saying they need? Maybe Itachi just is in that position. Similarly, I don't think Konoha needs Chunin for any reason. They just happen to have them.
Nah, bro. They are going on and on about how important it is for him to be in the Anbu and all that jazz.
Well, yes, Itachi has a very important role.
Why would that be an important role?
Within that role, he's also the pipeline, rather than the important role being the pipeline.
But why would being in the Anbu be an important role?
The series hasn't given us that yet.
Whereas, yes, I agree, it hasn't given us that, but like, just thinking about it, why would that be an important role?
Why would being in the Anbu be an important role for a village when you're a very strong character?
Not for the village, for the clan. Why would it be important for the clan that Itachi is an Anbu member?
Well, an Anbu member is a pretty high-ranking shinobi. It'd be important for the Hyuga clan for Neji to be Jonin.
This guy is ranked higher than that, I would argue.
Arguably.
Yes, arguably. But I would argue Fugaku just objectively is ranked higher
but
than
that's
Anbu
okay,
Itachi.
Because Hiruzen's ranked higher than Kakashi. He's Hokage, whereas Kakashi's Jonin. That doesn't mean Kakashi doesn't have an important role to the village.
But again, to the village. Itachi's role is important to the village. We agree. But why is that important to the clan?
Well, Kakashi's role would also be important to Hiruzen.
But Hiruzen's the village leader. So
but
why is Itachi's village role important for the clan?
But doesn't that just back up the interpretation? The previous thing we saw, that the clan is on such good terms with the village?
Yeah, so why is it so important that Itachi is in the Anbu?
Because the village and the Uchiha would like each other in this interpretation.
Yeah, so why is it like such a hard thing if they like each other?
What?
Why isn't everyone in the Anbu? Because they're such good friends.
What, Granny, Uncle, and
okay, I don't remember the argument, but we've already made the argument why Auntie and Uncle are the strongest in the clan. So I'm just gonna use that argument, whatever it was.
Okay, but that's a meme argument, so if you want to use it, fine, but I'm just not even gonna address it.
But you get the point, though. Like, why aren't the three guys who come to their house later, why aren't they Anbu members? If they're such buddies with the village.
Well, they're elite police force. But we don't even, honestly,
why
we don't
is
even
Itachi
know.
and Anbu instead of police force?
We don't even know what
because that's
they
the
are.
prideful role, man. The Uchiha are pride of the police force role, not the Anbu role.
Okay, so why would it be a prideful role in the first place if they're on bad terms?
It's not actually prideful.
Oh,
Itachi's just
it's
saying
just-
that to Sasuke.
it's
He's
just
saying
said
it
it
to
to give the
Sasuke
audience
to
the
make him
impression.
feel good about the clan. He's lying.
Okay. Well, real quick, if you want me to share my screen real quick, we'll finish this topic and
Well,
then...
real quick, I was gonna say, so this is just one example, and you can write it off. I'm gonna use this as like the example, and I'm just gonna say the rest. So, again, very small things, but in light of the idea that Itachi is like a pro-village guy, he's pro-village over pro-clan. When Itachi first comes to the village, I mean, he just can't stop talking about how amazing and prosperous the Leaf Village is. Kisame is like, oh, that's weird. Why would you say that? Do you have affection? Obviously, he just lied to Kisame here. But it's like, they just have Itachi saying positive things about the village. Obviously, he's being very nice to his brother. He seems to be anti-clan. I'm at least arguing that there's clan... village tension,
and everyone's just commenting on how weird and strange Itachi's been acting.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Asuma comes by and it's like, oh, that's weird. It's weird that you don't want to kill me, Itachi. Consider you killed your clan. Yeah, good point. Why would Itachi want to kill his clan and not kill Asuma?
I mean in the flashbacks, like Fugaku and like everyone else in the Uchiha are like, weird, Itachi's being so strange.
Well, they also say that they just can't read him in the first place. They just don't know. Just don't know Itachi.
Okay.
Let's
Let's quickly go through this because I think that Jay needs to go pretty soon.
Okay. Well, if that's... Oh, wait. He's gone.
Right. Oh my god.
Oh. I was about to say, let's let him pick the last topic, but never mind.
Okay.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Well, Sage is apparently going to join. So, hey, who's that?
Okay, I was going to say, do we want to ask Sage or Troy? That's hilarious. Okay, well, there we go.
Oh, I feel bad because Jay said like 30 minutes and it was like an hour. But.
Oh, he was only going to be on for 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Well, darn. I want to get him back on again because we didn't really get to talk to him.
I know. He says,
well, he seemed nice. I don't remember what we talked about the first stream, but I liked him this stream.
I remember it was Naruto.
But what specifically?
Okay, so I guess we could finish this up really quick before Sage gets
here. Now that Jay's gone, yeah, you might as well just do your anti-comedy points now.
Okay, to be fair, whereas they are anti-comedy points or comedy points, they're pro-comedy points. So you're gonna like them as being funny, at least the way they're written. Okay, so right here. So again, I only wrote this part just to emphasize how the above part was not written to counter anything you said. So why this even exists in the first place. To also be distinct and separate from this, just to really emphasize that this was not against you. So if I were to counter what Kamui says, I'd say something like, the pipeline thing was blown way out of proportion for a statement that is meant to highlight Itachi's position as a very important role as an elite, high-ranking ninja to both the village and the clan. If anything, this shows the bond between the two. This is basically what we've already been saying, so we don't need to comment on this, unless you have anything more to add.
Honestly, I was writing a message to Space Tiger about a thumbnail.
Okay, well that was basically me reiterating what I already said. So for the new part, if you're ready... because this is where it's funny. So Kamui, you know who else is a pipeline? Takamaru! And what about the relationship between the sand and the leaf, huh? Go ahead, Kamui. Counter that one.
Takamaru is the hawk, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pipeline hawk.
At first I was like, Yeah.
You know, the messenger pigeon hawk?
Well, I wouldn't say that Takamaru is the pipeline between the Sand and the Leaf Nerve Center.
Well, let's see what Sage has to say about that. Sage, would you
Oh, that's right.
say...
Okay, we can talk about the freaking Sard. Whatever we even I don't even remember what we said.
Well, Sage, would you say that Takamaru is a pipeline between the Sand and the Leaf?
What's
Hey, what's up?
Well, hello, Sage, first of all.
Yo, good to see you guys.
Well, you're not seeing us, but good to
How
talk
have
to
you
you.
been?
I can see your avatars, and I can see you outside your houses simultaneously.
Well, actually, you could see me because I am on Facecam on the stream. So.
Oh, nice. Let me go open up the stream real quick on YouTube.
Sure. You might as well.
How are you guys
like
doing?
while you're there. But anyways,
Walkie Talkie Podcast.
that's the thing. So Sage, who would you say is the
What am I?
pipeline between the Sand and the Leaf?
Wait, ask that again?
So between
Who
the
do you
Sand
think
and
is
the
the
Leaf,
pipeline between the Sand and Leaf Village?
Like, at what point in time?
I think that's what
Post
applies to
Kono-
all
oh,
points
God.
in time.
Sure, yeah, technically, yeah, I'll give you that. All points of time.
Well, what do you mean by pipe? Like the thing that like just connects the two villages?
Well, as an example, Itachi is the pipeline between the Leaf Village and the Uchiha. So who would
No.
be the
The Uchiha and the Leaf Village's nerve center, to be specific.
Oh, thanks for clarifying.
Got you. That's a great question. Like, I
What are
mean,
the odds he actually says 0%?
I know he's not going to say it, but I mean, I could hint him in that direction, but I feel like you don't want me to do that.
in terms
wanna
of
see if you
like, in terms of like the, because in the example you give with Itachi, it's like he's kind of feeding one side information. So is that-
this character does do that.
okay, so that's what I was wondering, is if that's what you're kind of referring to, is like feeding them information.
In fact, that's their main role.
That is precisely what they're there for.
That's a good question.
In fact, Kamui, of all characters, you could argue.
Like my initial inclination was like, if we're talking like Boruto era, it would be like, I mean, like Gaara obviously knows like Naruto and stuff, but like Shikadai is both the son of the like temporary Hokage and Shikamaru, and you know, like royalty in Suna. So like that was my initial thought process, but that's not what you guys are asking.
Yeah, so let's take Naruto manga era, for this.
Somebody who's feeding information back and forth. I feel like I should know this.
Well, Itachi
I feel like
is
whenever
a
you say it, I'm gonna be like,
concept in this case.
I really couldn't blame you for not knowing their name.
Well, I will give you
I
a
don't-
hint
I
that I
don't
think
know.
Kami's okay with. One of the narrative things in Naruto is whether a ninja is a tool or a human. This character is arguably the most tool in the entire series.
so that makes me think
Well.
Enna, but that's not it. Golly. The bird that goes back and forth between.
What's their name?
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, bet. Okay.
Let's go.
Oh God, I don't know that bird's name, bro. Never
Okay. It rhymes with Akamaru.
Well, it doesn't rhyme with Akamaru. Akamaru's just in the name.
Well, it does rhyme with it.
That's like
What the
saying
hell is that bird's name?
that's like saying
Good
Kiba
lord.
rhymes with Iba. No, it doesn't.
Well, just find something that rhymes with Akamaru.
It doesn't rhyme with Akamaru.
Oh, it's
It does.
Takamaru. I just looked it up.
There you go.
Jesus.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I would say that's probably the pipeline between Suna and Konoha. Yeah, I mean,
Well, but Sage, what makes you say that? Because why would they need Takamaru? Why are they on shaky ground? Why is it implied that the Sand and Leaf are always in conflict and hating one another?
Well, first of all, at the time that
Racism.
Takamaru was famous, they were in conflict, but not between each other though. But so obviously though, to kind of subtly get to the point, there's the difference between the pipeline between the villages and their nerve center, for one.
And two, the Sand and Leaf villages just aren't in the same village. Like, they are like 3 days away from each other, and they don't have cell phones at this time of technology. So they kind of need this bird. Whereas
Wow.
Itachi and the clan, they're all in the village. They can just walk down the street to talk to Hiruzen.
Well, Kamui.
Yeah, I guess the thought process would be like the bird's probably more expendable than like a shinobi, you know? So
the bird's always
they just like
faster
send
too,
the
I'm
bird.
guessing.
Yeah, and I mean they probably like it would, even though it would kind of be weird for like a bird to be faster than like a top end shinobi, they're probably faster than most of your like shooting and below, you know.
Well, I mean, in fairness though,
So less
I'm not an
expendable
expert
than
on
them.
sandstorms, but it's entirely possible the bird can just like fly over the sandstorms for one, and
Yeah.
two,
Yeah.
birds just are equipped to a long distance flight, whereas
Yeah.
most humans, ninjas are not. They're just not used to flying like across a country in a day or whatever.
Well,
like
yeah.
birds just do stuff
Let's
like that.
let's consider
Yeah, and they wouldn't have to navigate the terrain and stuff.
exactly. This isn't just any messenger pigeon. This is the fastest hawk.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
This is the ninja hawk, basically.
Or-
That's the goat of all messenger hawks.
Basically, yeah.
It's literally Ervin's horse and AOT. It's the same idea.
Yeah.
Next video, Akamaru versus Takamaru. Let's go.
At every point of the series.
Yeah.
Form by form. Oh man.
Okay, but imagine Takamaru's Curse Mark II form. It's the hawk form of the hawk.
Well, Kamui,
Well,
to get back to it though, I'm sure you would agree, Takamaru isn't interacting with just the village. He's interacting with the village's nerve center.
It depends on what the nerve center truly is.
Exactly, we don't even know.
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
I mean, like, in a hindsight context, you could just interpret it as Itachi has the Hokage and the Elders' plans. Like, he knows these things.
Yeah.
And so, like, the nerve center being, like, the brain that controls the rest of the village. You know, the nerves, the center of your nervous system. You're either talking with your spine or your brain. That's where the nerve signals start, and they go outward into, like, your fingers and everything else. So that's what he's referring to, basically. The command center. You are the connection between the clan and the Leaf Village's command center. That's what that means.
So,
Yeah.
that being said though, Kamui, so if you think that the coup d'etat was thought out all the way back here, I'm sure you would agree that the Anbu Foundation route, maybe not Danzo, but specifically, but like all of the dark side of the village was also planned out at the time, since why would the coup exist in the first place if not for that anyways? So,
Well, okay, so
could be argued either way.
I generally think probably, that being said, it is entirely reasonable, I think, that Kishimoto could have just, okay, it's gonna almost sound silly to you, but it's entirely reasonable that Kishimoto just planned for the Uchiha clan to be evil, power hungry, whatever, and Itachi was the one good guy who didn't want that. So it could have hypothetically been the Leaf Village is just perfect, no dark side, and it's just the clan being evil, and Itachi wants to spare Sasuke that knowledge. That is a possibility that he could have been thinking at the time.
I agree. But if we're saying that the coup d'etat was planned out this far in advance, I think it's only fair to say it is, either interpretation is fair. But I do think it would be complementary for Fugaku to be referring to the nerve center as the dark part of Konoha. If they're doing this foreshadowing, they might as well do both instead of just one.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, because especially since by the time he's writing the Sasuke retrieval arc, now again, he hasn't, actually, slight separate question, because I was going to say something, but I still have to ask the question now. When he wrote the Sasuke retrieval arc, especially this late into the arc, do you think Kishimoto thought of Danzo yet? Because remember, Danzo's just 2 arcs later. Technically, an arc and a half-ish later.
Well, it depends
Because-
what you mean by Danzo. Do you mean the concept of the character of the leader of the Anbu, or Danzo, the character?
kind of all aspects of him, honestly, because what I was originally gonna say is by this point he's probably thought of Danzo, but then at the same time, I'm like, if he had really thought of Danzo yet, why, or even just the leader of the Anbu, why didn't he just, at the end of part 1, introduce him? He doesn't have to be like the face of Danzo. It could just be a shadowy finger underground with the Anbu. Like, she could have just introduced that, which almost makes me wonder, I didn't even think of any of that yet.
Well,
Because I just feel like that's something you would do.
Yeah. But I wonder.
Yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that he at least had like the concept of like a dark, shadowy leader behind the scenes in place. But as far as like when he came up with like Danzo himself, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have another one for you, Kamui. This one's going to be really interesting because how far in advance this is. So we agree that probably Kimimaro is retroactive foreshadowing for Kaguya in the sense that he didn't have Kaguya planned out. Maybe he was like inspired by, considering Kaguya herself is inspired by the tale of Kaguya in real life based on religion or whatever that was. So he could have been inspired by that and then wanting to do something with that later. But I'm sure we agree he probably didn't plan for Kimimaro to be foreshadowing for Kaguya to be at the end of the series.
Yeah, exactly.
But I do think you could argue, as ridiculous as this is, there's probably less weight behind this to even make it reasonable. But would you argue that Madara was planned ever since he drew the statue in any kind of way?
Yeah. Because they were already making a parallel between those two statue figures and Naruto and Sasuke. And whereas for some reason Hashirama's Hokage stone face doesn't get the hair, but every other one of them gets hair, I feel like Kishimoto probably knew, he might have even said, but I think he knew that those were the same guys, like the first Hokage was one of the statues. So I'm inclined to believe, yeah, he had a decent amount of Madara thought, like at the very least, a Madara Hashirama Naruto Sasuke parallel. Like they probably had that.
Okay, Sage, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like, so we had already seen the first Hokage by that time, in the form of an Edo Tensei, and so I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that Kishimoto wanted to introduce kind of like a parallel folly to Hashirama as like there was with Naruto with Sasuke, you know. So yeah, I think that he probably at least had an inkling of an idea that that's what he wanted to do with it. And then like whenever I think that's actually backed up by the fact that like in that scene, Kakashi's like, well, this is fitting, you know, like in the same place that these two, you know, legends are said to have had their battle, you know, Naruto and Sasuke have theirs. And we have one of them who has direct connections to the first Hokage, right? Through like training under Kakashi, who trained under Minato, who was a Hokage, you know, who trained under Jiraiya, trained under Hiruzen, trained under first and second. And then Sasuke being an Uchiha. I think he probably had like conceptions of what he wanted to do or concepts of what he wanted to do at that point in time. There might even be, I could be like making this up, but I could have swore that there was a statement about him coming up with the concept of Madara pretty early on. I think it's in one of the interview portions of one of the data books, but I can't remember exactly.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, he definitely did have Madara early on relative to the overall length of the series. Like chapter, what, 240 or something? Compared to 700?
Yeah.
So at least that. That's a great point with the Edo Tensei. I didn't consider the Hashirama Edo Tensei point. I was more so considering the fact that we see Hashirama's like pictures like in the Hokage office or on the Hokage's own monument. That's obviously that's different. Okay, so in that
Let's
case,
see what Google has to say.
Sure, yeah, might as well. Why are you doing that?
When did Kishimoto come up with the idea?
So, do you think when he was drawing that statue, he had Madara's name already finalized? Or like in his head?
Does Madara's name mean anything of importance?
That's a great question.
Because that could definitely influence this.
Let's look it up. What does Madara mean in Japanese? Spots or speckled?
Doesn't seem like anything of importance.
Oh,
so far I've seen,
confusion. There's that. Oh, maybe there.
Oh my god. Here, okay, it says this is less common interpretation, but murderer is one of them.
Nice.
Codfish, spots, specks, Pacific cod, impure. Well, some people say that's wrong, but I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Sounds like there isn't a
bird.
set meaning.
There's bird.
Yeah, I can't find anything in regards to when Kishimoto came up with the idea for Madara, but I'm sure it was probably pretty early on. Like, it seems like an early theme for Naruto is like overcoming destiny, you know?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if we accept that that's kind of an early theme, and then we have like the destiny theme of them fighting in the final valley, where it said that like the first Hokage and Madara fought, you know. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that he might have thought about it all the way back in part 1.
Yeah, plus the thing with
You know,
Kakashi's
Kishimoto-
eternal flowing river thing.
Yeah,
like-
exactly. I think he had basically not necessarily reincarnations, but the same idea that Obito tells Naruto in 5 Kage Summit. I think he probably had that aspect in mind,
Yeah.
like the repeated fighting of these people.
Now, to be fair, I do think the eternal flowing river thing is not specifically meant to be in reference to Madara versus Hashirama, but more of the shinobi world continuing to be in conflict itself since the founding of the villages.
Yeah.
Either way, I think that plays into that destiny idea. So
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, I'm sure that's what Kakashi meant by it. I don't think Kakashi knew about the cycle of a reincarnation or anything.
Nah, bro, Kakashi is omnipotent, right? So, like, if he's omnipotent, he can do anything, which means he can give himself the ability to know anything. So, like, yeah.
I have made a
Reasonable.
video on that before.
Omnipotent Kakashi.
Well, but you're gonna
Crazy.
love the title.
I think it was like why he's so omnipotent.
Yeah,
or something
no,
that
the
he
title is Kakashi is so omnipotent, you won't believe it.
Yeah.
I love that. Bro, I'm obviously gonna continue making Naruto content, but I'm gonna be branching out into some other spaces as well. Because I do feel like the Naruto space is kind of slowed down. It's obviously not dead, you know, but even if you go to like I kind of had a little bit of a realization moment a few weeks ago. My lady and I will go to Barnes and Noble every once in a while. She'll pick out a book, I'll pick out a book, and then like when we have free time, sometimes we'll just like read our own books together, like in the same space. And
That's kinda cute.
so I went up there, and every time I go to a bookstore of any kind, I go to the manga section just to see what they have. And bro, 2 different Barnes and Nobles that I went to over the course of like a couple different weeks, each of them only had 2 pieces of Naruto content in the entire store. Like both of them had the combined volumes 1 through 3, saying like the super volume, and then both of them had one of the newer like novels. So like one of them had the Steam Ninja Scrolls, and then the other one had like Sasuke Shinden, one of the parts of that. And I was like, oh my gosh. Like you turn around and there's 15 Dragon Ball volumes, and there's, you know, like 10 My Hero things. There's like a couple solo leveling novels. Like it really just seems like people are not as interested in Naruto content anymore, which is weird, because we're obviously so passionate about it. But yeah, I'm gonna be obviously continuing to do Naruto content, but also like breaking into some other spaces. And like I'm reading through Dragon Ball right now. I'm like 180 chapters in, and then I'm also at the same time watching Dragon Ball Z Kai, because it's closer to the manga. It's not exactly the same, but closer than OG Dragon Ball Z was. So I'm gonna be doing some more Dragon Ball content. Gonna get heavy into the solo leveling space. So just kind of staying in the Naruto space, but also transitioning into some other spaces as well. Because I just like, I mean, I see like newer content creators in the Dragon Ball space just doing crazy numbers. I'm like, you know, I feel like my content is just as good as these people's, if not maybe a little bit better. But the space just isn't as active, you know. So it's kind of sad, but yeah, you guys will be seeing some more some more crossverse stuff from you here pretty soon, which is
Yeah.
exciting, but a little depressing as well.
I watched your solo leveling video. Thought it was pretty good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
People had opinions on that. People definitely they had some opinions.
Hey, I don't know anything about solo leveling's power scaling or anything, so hey, I'm just gonna take your word and just for face value.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing that people had problems with were like the idea of him being able to overcome Tsukiyomi, and then like the idea of him being continental by virtue of scaling above an entire country.
Yeah.
And
I
I mean, those are pretty like straightforward arguments in my opinion, but I think people are kind of a lot of people just don't understand the difference between attack potency and destructive capacity, and then a lot of people just like love Itachi, so they want him to be able to just GG everybody. So that's probably what it boils down to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't know if you just like researched the video as like a commission video or something, or like if you've actually yourself just genuinely like read every single light novel or something. But at the very least, I could tell there was like stuff in there that like I wouldn't have known. This is the casual anime only.
Yeah. I mean, so I've watched the whole anime, and then I've read most of the comic, and then the first couple novels, like the first two novels. The novels I read for it as like research for the video because I hadn't read them before. Um, but yeah, I mean, I just like I started reading Solo Leveling after season one came out because I love season one so much, and I was like, that's I don't want to like stop here. Like, let's keep reading. Um, but then I got far enough into the comic that I was like, okay, it seems like things are starting, like you're starting to get an understanding of what's going on. And then I rewatched a couple episodes from season one day when I was just like script writing, and I was like, dude, this animation's so good. I kind of want to see what happens, like in animated form. Like I don't even want to spoil myself with the webcomic because the webcomic, the way I don't know if you guys have ever checked it out, but like manhwa webcomics or like webcomics in general, a lot of the time are formatted really weird. Like it's super long pages, yeah, and they're like spread out more vertically than horizontally.
Mhm.
And so it's a little bit, it's not difficult to read. It's just kind of annoying to read because like one whole page can be like two speech bubbles and one panel. You know what I mean? Or like one panel can stretch across what would be digitally like 3 pages in like a Naruto manga, right? So I'm like, it's just kind of annoying to consume it that way. But then I was like, I was looking at it and I saw that they're publishing part two to the series right now. It's called Solo Leveling Ragnarok. And they're like 50 something chapters in, and there's 200 chapters for part one, which includes 21 side stories. So technically 189 chapters, but then like, the additional 21. So they covered 110 chapters with the first two seasons of Solo Leveling the anime. And I was like, bro, this is only going to get more popular as more anime seasons come out. So with the amount of chapters they currently have, they can do at least two more seasons. And then by the time those two seasons are out, they're probably going to be like 100 chapters deep into part two. So that's another two seasons. And if they don't do if they just stop there, that's 6 seasons of Solo Leveling. There's only two out right now, so we're talking like legit 4 years of Solo Leveling content, and it only getting more popular as it goes. So I was like, this is probably a good space to invest in.
It's gonna be
it's probably just a good
4
space to invest content into because people are gonna watch it.
Yeah, I agree. I get that. In reference to Barnes and Noble, just reading chat here. Axel says, plot twist, all of their other Naruto content was sold out, and they stocked their shelves with other stuff.
That could have been the case, but the thing is, like, the Naruto section was so thin, like, in both of them. I did go to, so my cousin's wedding was a few weeks ago, so I was in Oklahoma for that wedding, and that he's a big nerd, and so we took him to a couple different, like, stores to get, like, gaming stuff and, to get comics and things like that. And one of the ones we went to was like, it was like, I don't even know, it was like a game exchange, but like off-brand game exchange. And they just so happened to have like a couple, like some Naruto stuff. And they had the first fan book in English. So I, of course, copped that. It was $5. And then they had, I don't know if you guys have heard of I think it's Innocent Heart, Demonic Blood or whatever novel. It's like the novelization of the Land of Waves arc, and it's disputably canon. Like it's not
Wait,
included in any
what?
of the canon. Yeah, so it's not included in any of like Shueisa's canon timelines. So I don't consider it to be canon, but it's literally just like a novelization officially published by Shueisha, um, covering the Land of Waves. So I was like, screw it, I'll cop that too. But if it were canon, there is just a direct statement calling the fourth Hokage the strongest and greatest shinobi. So it's like, I mean, hey, that for the Minato guys, that's pretty good stuff.
Oh, there you go. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I just can't lie to people. Yeah, I
Yes.
can't be like, oh yeah, this is canon with like no backing for it, you know?
Yeah. Space says that what you're doing is cool, and he hopes you do some MHA videos.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I want to break into My Hero. I've watched I think 2 or 3 seasons. I stopped watching it a while ago. But I got to the second, like they had like I don't I don't know if they were like exams, but like kind of their version of the tuning exams, where it's like the different classes kind of going against each other for in competition. And I watched to the second one where the dude who has the ability, like the hypnosis ability, where he can kind of like command people do what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
He now has the like bandages from um Midoriya's teacher, and so like I got to that part, but I haven't gotten any further than that. So I need to get back on the wagon. I have a problem with whiny protagonists. I can't.
Bro,
I have
tell me about
very
it.
little patience for it. Very little. I just can't do it. So that's kind of been my hesitation. Is like I think Midoriya is a little annoying.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think MHA was trash until season 6, of which case the series was retconned into being good.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, season 6 and
I
7 have
didn't know
been
that.
phenomenal. I'm almost caught up with season 7. I just got one more episode left and I'm completely caught up. And it's got one more season.
Nice. Isn't the manga's done now, right? Or am I tripping?
Yeah, it's been done. But
Okay.
apparently it has 10 novels, apparently, so... there's
Oh,
that.
nice. Of course they have novels. Everybody has novels these days,
Yeah.
making
Axel
it
Boost.
more difficult on power scalers.
Yeah. Axel Boost says, whiny protagonist coughs in Sasuke Shippuden arc.
Yeah, I mean, I that's actually one of the reasons why I wasn't really a fan of Sasuke in part two. Like, I even think like part one, I'm not really a fan of him until he starts to lighten up. Like, whenever he's just the whiny version of himself early on, um, I just I didn't like Sasuke. And then whenever he starts to kind of open up with Team Seven a bit, that's when I was like, okay, like I like I like the edgy characters, but only if it's like balanced, where they're not entirely edgy the whole time. And so, or even like a vast majority of the time. And so, like super early Sasuke I didn't like, and then Shippuden Sasuke, I was like, okay, he's got aura for sure, but I just don't like how like whiny he is. Like, especially whenever you have, and like my favorite character is Kakashi. Whenever you have a character like Kakashi who has been through what Sasuke has been through, essentially, but like I mean, you can argue who had it better or worse, but like they've both been through some shit, and Kakashi is like still just like smiling, still believes in the power of friendship and all that stuff. It's like it's hard for me to sympathize with Sasuke. It's like if somebody in the real world had a scenario like that, I'd be much more open to being like, oh yeah, that sucks. But like in the Shinobi world, when you have other characters who have been through the same thing or worse and don't make it their entire personality, it just becomes more annoying. Here, give me 1 second. I gotta pop out here for a second. I'm dog sitting for my brother-in-law, and my lady is going to bed, so I'm gonna call her really quick, tell her good night, and I'll hop back on.
I got you. Yeah, I guess what Sage means by whiny would just not be whiny, but like not brooding, but complaining.
I don't know.
Yeah, because I would consider whiny more in terms of like bratty and lazy. Not
Yeah.
necessarily like Boruto, but more aligned to that. But like Tento from
Yeah.
the Ujina Bandits.
Yeah, because like Boruto in the movie, like the first half, You would
Yeah.
say like whining about Naruto, but you're not gonna say Sasuke's whining about Itachi.
Exactly. Like, I feel like you have to be loud to whine, and Sasuke's like the most quiet character.
Yeah. So I think he just means like complaining, woe is me type thing.
Yeah. In fact, I would consider Naruto to be a whiner throughout the first half of part 1, at least. You could argue there's a lot of parts where he is like the never giving up type of person, but at the same time, I feel like Naruto's like he is just annoyingly whiny to some extent. Not like when
So
it
depends
matters
on the
most.
scene.
But...
Usually with
Yeah, I
Naruto,
agree.
though, it's like comedic. For example,
Yeah.
he's fighting Chiba and he's whining about Chiba having a dog or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like funny stuff usually.
Exactly. So Dan says whining versus angsty. Yeah, as well. Dan says whining, crying, and even his Dark Hero arc was trash. Any little things he cries. Come on, be a man. Well, I think we know who Dan is a fan of.
Dan and Mello must get along. Well, actually, I don't think he'll get along with current Mello based off of the other day.
Dan, are you sure that you aren't using a voice changer? Like, Mello, if that's your alt, you're allowed to come on the podcast.
No one else would ever say that.
Oh, Dan clarifies he's not Mello. Okay. Good.
Huh. Weird.
Wow.
You're right, he's not Mello, because Mello changed.
But we don't know the real Mello.
Yeah. Dan, do we know the real Dan?
Dan, do we know you?
Does anyone know you? Is there anyone on this planet who knows the real Dan?
I love it. Okay, real quick, while Sage is gone, I guess we could do or finish that previous goofiness of that previous topic real quick.
I thought you were going to go back to the debate.
Oh my god. It's only gonna be gone for a second. We get like 2 sentences in. Okay, so, you don't want to think that Takamaru is? Fine, I got a better example for you. You know who else is a pipeline Kamui? Sasuke's messenger pigeon. And where is the estranged relationship between him and Naruto?
Well, Sasuke and Naruto had a pretty estranged relationship.
This would apply in Boruto, but I want it to be as blunt to the point to be as funny as possible. So, Dark Hokage Sasuke. Shadow Hokage.
Well, he and Naruto were debating in the Momoshiki arc.
I was hoping you were going to say that when I wrote this down as well. Because that was going to be my counter to that. Okay, well, anyways, aside from that, not making a point here, but just asking a general question. I think I know the answer, and I'll give what I think it is first. First I'm going to say it, but first I'll give the answer before you correct me and say what it actually is. But when do we, the audience, first learn that the Uchiha were on the outskirts of the village, whether at all, or the connotation behind it? So I think it's going to be whenever we learn of the coup, which I think would probably be the Itachi fight or the Obito conversation afterwards. But feel free to tell me it's earlier. Feel free, Cowboy. Whenever you're ready. I guess Kamui's really taking his time with this one. I must have stumped him. Well, what do you guys think the answer is? Sage, what do you think the answer is? While we wait for Kamui.
What is the question?
So, when do we first learn that the Uchiha were on the outskirts of the village, whether we know that's a bad thing or not?
I think the earliest I know for sure we get it is from Toby Rama. Well, I guess it depends on when the Shinden novels were written. So either the Shinden novels or Toby Rama's statement in the war. But it's possible we learned something about that earlier, like potentially in the Itachi flashbacks, we might get an inkling of it, but I don't think it's entirely clear. So I would say, to be safe, probably whichever one came first, the Itachi Shinden novels or Toby Rama's statement.
Okay. Because I feel like, because I was thinking about it, I think the problem with something like this, and this doesn't apply to everything, obviously, but just some things like this, I feel like the Naruto series has been out for so long that well-established known facts such as this, we just apply it retroactively to the entire series instead of remembering when we first learned it in the first place or how we even know it. It's just everyone does know it. And so, like, because Naruto's been out for so long, the span of time between when Naruto ended and now, compared to when Naruto was coming out and we were actively watching it as it came out week to week, there's such a big difference in time there that I feel like we're just applying general series knowledge and we don't even remember where it comes from.
Yeah. I mean, I know like most people would reference the Toby Rama statement. Anybody who's read the Shinden novels would probably reference that as well. But yeah, I think that's probably the earliest that we get that information, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Hopefully Kamui's mic is working now.
Okay. Well, at first I thought you lost Wi-Fi, and then I did, and I joined on my phone, and then my laptop got the Wi-Fi back. I was like, oh my god, I was switched back.
You've been through the ringer.
Yeah.
Technical issues galore.
Yeah, he must have lost Wi-Fi. I was like, let me check and see if I did after like 2 minutes.
Like 90% of the time it is me too, so.
Exactly. That's why I just like instantly just kind of assumed that.
Yeah. But did you hear the question?
No, I have no idea what you've said in the last like 5 minutes.
Okay. So when do we first learn that the Uchiha are on the outskirts of the village, whether we know it's a bad thing or not? Like, when do we first learn that they're just there?
I think it might be when Obito is explaining the truth about Itachi.
That was my first guess, but I'm not sure. Like, it feels like it could be anywhere, really.
I mean, it's possible, but all I know for sure is that Obito conversation.
Okay.
You could argue, like, maybe you could have figured it out based off of artistic depiction, but
I definitely don't
the
think
problem
so.
is...
we don't ever see the full village like
the
that.
problem is that district could be anywhere in the village, so it's like...
Do we learn about the coup at the same time?
As Itachi? Obito talking about Itachi?
Yeah, like, where do we learn about the coup for the first time?
It's not the same time.
That's it. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, interesting. Okay, well, that was just a general question. That wasn't to, like, make a point or anything. I was just curious.
Okay.
Because, like, I couldn't think about it, and I didn't want to look it up, so I wanted to make that a podcast topic. Could you guys remember? And the fact that none of us can pinpoint confidently exactly where it is, we just have a guess, tells me there's something weird about facts like that, as opposed to other facts where we can pinpoint exactly where it first comes up.
Well, I think it's just because we're just not confident if there's like a subtle thing that we just missed earlier on. We all think it's just when it's important.
Well, and to be honest, it's also like the focus, I think, with a lot of people, and like myself in particular, but as far as I can tell, in the Naruto community in general, is on power scaling. And it wouldn't be like a necessary thing for power scaling. Like fewer people do like narrative analysis, you know? So it would be a detail that would be important for like an Uchiha narrative analysis video or something, but not nearly as important for power scaling. And that's like the majority of the YouTube information floating around, I think.
Yeah. I mean, based off that one conversation with Jaden, I think he's right.
Yeah, we had Jay the Great on earlier before you were on.
Nice.
So,
Dude, I wish I could have been on here with him.
I know.
It was awesome.
Could have been cool.
He had to go really early. So
actually, I guess really quick, Kamui, we'll just go based on what we remember the conversation instead of specifically referencing it, unless you want to. We could get Sage's interpretation on like the previous conversations. Well, not the Itachi things, but like the general conversations, like how to interpret a series or whatever.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
If you really want, I feel like we could do other topics. I'll be the honest one here. I feel like I don't care to talk about that. But if you guys want to, I'm okay with it.
Okay. I mean, I wanted to get Power Scalers' opinions on this, and I feel like multiple Power Scalers could work. We could at least come back to it maybe later if we want to do other topics.
Sure.
Okay. Because we do have
Kamui's like, nah, F that topic.
He backs it. He just hates that one. Okay. So, Sage. Are the birthday guides strictly worded precisely important?
What do you mean? Like, is how they're worded important?
See, I wrote it like that to be ambiguous. So we're not going to argue over whether they're canon or not, because personally I don't care, but I think you definitively think they are, right?
Yeah, I do think they're canon, and just quick, like, my argument for it would be the same team that works on the data books with Kishimoto works on those, the Caramel Mama company.
Yeah.
And then also, in terms of fiction, this is something like canon as a definition is something that people kind of tend to not understand because it doesn't come from fiction. It comes from like originally it comes from the biblical canon. But then like it got moved over to like literature, like the Shakespearean canon and stuff like that. But in fiction, there's an Oxford Languages definition for it that you can only actually access if you have a subscription through their service, which is annoying. But you can find a link to it on Wikipedia, and I did pay for it just to see if I could find it. But it's basically it says something along the lines of material that is considered official or authoritative and existing within the canonical world of a particular author or series, especially works that are done directly by the author, but not exclusively to those. So because the birthday columns are published and regarded as official and authoritative by Shueisha, I would consider them to be canon in the same way that I would consider the data books to be canon. And then like the novels, they're like officially published, and Shueisha, their Twitter page, they specifically reference the novels as like bridging the gap between the Naruto manga and Boruto manga. So we know that they're supposed to be a part of that same continuity. So I would say with the birthday columns, because they're official and authoritative, they should be considered canon. But like, people have their interpretations of what they think canon should mean.
Okay. Well, for this, let's just assume that they are definitively canon. So going with that, I guess this actually works perfectly with the conversation I wanted to have that Kamui hates, but how exactly should
that's overblowing it too.
How exactly should we interpret it? Like, for example, should we just take everything it says at face value, or should we interpret it and I'm not referencing anything specific. I don't remember anything that's in there, but like, is anything in there maybe hyperlative or maybe a metaphor or something, or maybe like an interpretation?
Yeah, so the language, as far as I can, because I've read all of them, off the top of my head, I don't recall much hyperbolic language, if any at all. It seems to be kind of like just an analysis of the information we get in the manga and data books and like further elaboration on those things. So I would say, and this is kind of how I interpret the data books as well, unless we have good reason for them to be hyperbole, we should assume that they're probably not.
Okay. Because I think regardless if you consider these canon or not, at the very least, these are definitely the most expurlative, just the most supplementary material. In my opinion, it's just the company Caramel Mama giving general statements about it, not meant to be taken from necessarily a power scaling perspective. But
yeah, I mean, do you remember anything that's in them off the top of your head? Because I don't remember. I know we've gone over some somewhere before, but I don't remember like
any examples.
Not the specifics.
I've got
at
all of them
all.
on my phone.
Yeah.
You guys just want me to randomly pull one really quick?
Sure, why not? But like as an example, Tenten is like glazing Neji, who then lost to Naruto. But like if the birthday article was like, wow, Neji was so amazing and OP in his fight against Naruto, are we just gonna take that to say like Neji's stronger than Naruto, just as an example?
Well, yeah, but hypothetically, using that example,
it's a bad example, but you get the idea.
Yeah, okay, because I'm like, okay, because
I guess a
you
better
very
one.
easily can.
I guess a better one would be like Inari glazing Naruto, who could have fought Zabuza. He looked so much more cool than Zabuza, but are we going to say base Naruto's over Zabuza? Let's just as an example.
Yeah, that's. I think that would be an example where we can say like, also, and this is, I don't think this is actually true. What I'm about to say for every series, because sometimes authors just write things hyper literally, and they forget the fact that like the characters that they're writing are not them, and have their own set of knowledge. Most like successful authors are pretty good about it, but in Naruto, Kishimoto's way of writing is actually conducive for allowing us to, or like forcing us to examine what exactly the feats or what exactly the statements say and who's making the statements. Because, like, for example, we get the statement from Kabuto that the people who had heard about Hashirama's abilities considered them to be fairy tale alongside the life of the Sage of Six Paths. And then when you examine everything that's stated about the Sage of Six Paths and like the history behind him, a lot of it's accurate, but some of it's just wrong. And then we figure out that it's wrong later on when we get Hagoromo. And then with Kaguya, even like Madara, Jubito, well, Jubito was just wrong about Hagoromo's power in general.
Even Hagoromo doesn't know everything about Kaguya. Didn't even know that was the 10 tails, apparently.
Yes, exactly. So it's like, and Kishimoto makes it a point to later on give information that clears that up. But it's like there's a very clear theme in the series of people are speaking from their own perspectives, and sometimes they're wrong. So I think that with things like the Inari statement, it's like, okay, well,
first of all, Inari doesn't say that about Naruto to Zabuza. I was making that up to make the example.
Yeah, I know. But like with that example, right, you would then ask, like, well, how much does Inari actually know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, how much does Inari, like, does he have any reference for Zabuza's power? It's like, no, not really. So it's like the infamous Hiruzen statement. You know, it's like the people believe that he's surpassed his predecessors, and Kishimoto words it that way very specifically every single time, that he's like revered as or viewed as or, you know, praised as, you know, the strongest of the successive generations of Hokage, or that he's said to have surpassed his predecessors, things like that. And so it's like, okay, well then let's examine who would be making these statements. Do we have good reason to believe that they would actually know what they're talking about? No, because we know that most of them would be considering, if not all of them, because the statement, so in the Viz,
yeah, unless he's specifically referring to Danzo going around saying.
Yeah, well, and in the Viz, it says Kabuto says many people believe that it to be fairy tale, but I've had it translated because I had a hunch, and it actually says and actually I think you and Hobbs helped me with this, or at least I sent it to you guys to double check it. It actually says everyone who has heard of his power believed it to be fairy tale. So it's like, okay, so everyone who's been told about his power believed it to be fairy tale, but those who have seen it obviously wouldn't believe it to be fairy tale. So we don't even know if like Danzo or Hiruzen had actually seen him at full power. Like, he'd probably have no reason to go all out against them. But let's just assume for the sake of argument.
Either way, no wonder they think Hiruzen's the strongest. They don't believe Hashirama was as strong as they're saying.
100%. So it's like, even if they had seen his power, if they told other people about it and they were like, nah, you guys are just hyping him up. Like, it would be akin to like when Ino and Sakura are like, oh, that's hokey, whenever they hear about Kakashi cutting a lightning bolt. It's like, well, he probably did. You know, like, we have good reason to believe he probably did.
The funniest thing about that is there is actually a filler where we see it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But well, even excluding that, it's like, okay, look at Kakashi as a character. He never boasts or accepts praise unnecessarily, right? Um, in fact, like Data Book One talks about, or Data Book Two rather talks about how like he keeps his power hidden until he absolutely needs it. So it would not be in character for Kakashi to just like if people were going around the village saying, "Oh, he put a lightning bolt," which like where would that rumor even come from if it didn't happen? You know, for him to just like never correct anybody on it, especially Guy, his best friend who trains with him all the time. You know,
The
it's
guy
like,
would not
okay,
be sitting around. He'd be like, "No, I did it." If it wasn't
Yep.
true.
Yeah, exactly. So I think like you have to examine, what exactly people are saying, and then like to tie it back into the birthday columns, most of them are written like most of the statements, if not maybe all of them, are actually just written from like a third person perspective, analyzing the series. Um, so I don't, and whenever there's like a reputation thing thrown in there, they make it pretty clear. Like, so for Shisui, it says that he was seen in the village as someone who could one day step into like, fill the void that was left behind by Minato and the Sani. And it's like, okay, so that's how people saw him. But like, let's analyze if those people were actually, like, if they'd be, um, reliable narrators there. It's like, well, probably because, Minato and the Sanin would have fought in the wars. People that fought in the wars with them would have seen their capabilities. So if they're seeing this kid's capabilities and they're like, oh yeah, he's on track to get there, probably reliable.
Let's
But
also not
in the-
forget just his fighting style. Mitato's the yellow flash. She's always
Yep.
known as being the teleporter, the fastest Uchiha. Like, no wonder they would think about
Yeah. By the way, that statement totally wrong. The one that says he's like he has the greatest body flicker in the history of the Uchiha from Yashiro. That's not even what that says. I got that
Oh, really?
translated as well, and I was like literally not in there at all. They just said that he was known as Shisui of the body flicker. He was the kind of shinobi that would like not turn down a mission and things like that. And it's like just like praising him for being a good shinobi, but it never actually says he has the best body flicker in the history of the Uchiha clan. I guess that's just a Viz addition. It's crazy.
Cool.
That's funny.
Yeah. This makes a lot of stuff up, so I would know.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
went over it last stream. This mess. I thought this was funny. So, the anime makes this correct. I had Oodie translate it. The Japanese does it right. But in the original Sasuke Retrieval Arc Itachi flashback, Itachi never mentions a third of Mangekyo user. It 9 Viz. In the Japanese he does. In Viz, there's no mention of the third person. But then in the
wow.
Itachi fight, they show the same panels and Sasuke references, you mentioned a third person, and then it changes it to say this. I'm like, that's not what Itachi said.
That's so wild.
Just
I did not
messed
even know
it
that.
up. I don't know why. Of all things, why would you not include that? That's clearly important.
It's weird, dude. It's weird. Like, it's also like with the volume statements. Like those are entirely made up by somebody on the Viz English team. Because I went through one day and I looked through, because like the infamous one, the Naruto's Rasen Shuriken has power that rivals the fourth Hokage or whatever.
Yeah, I'm the one that
And,
translated
like,
that for Thunder God. It doesn't. It's the farthest thing from what it says.
doesn't say anything, dude. Well, go look at the other ones.
Yeah.
You can find the volume statements on the Naruto website, and you can toggle it Japanese or English. I think it's like French and other languages as well. But if you look at the Japanese, every single one of them, and I mean this when I say this, every single volume says something different. Like the Japanese says something. Now, it has generally like the same through line, but like the details are totally different. And that's what you would expect if you have a Japanese team who in publication, like from Shueisha, they publish the chapters and then they publish a volume and then they have somebody on the team read the volume and then have a volume synopsis. And then it's translated into English and then they have somebody on the English team also write a volume synopsis. Right? Like that's what you would expect to see. You'd expect to see like a general through line for like what's going on, but you would expect to see like details being different. So I think that's what's going on. Because dude, I encourage you, go through them, every single one of them. Not a single one of those volume statements is the same. Not one.
I don't remember what it says, but I specifically remember someone. I can't find it on my laptop. It might be on my phone, but like I remember nothing other than it was in some like debate. It was something in the Cloud Ninja podcast Discord like 3 years ago. Someone sent this scan. I'm pretty sure it was like either a weekly chapter or volume release thing, and it had like the page was like Naruto versus the third Raikage, and he's like throwing a Rasen Shuriken, and it said something on that page. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but I don't remember what it said, but I'm wondering if it's one of these things.
Is it the if it's a chapter statement, it might be the strongest previous Raikage,
Maybe that's what it was. I don't remember what it
strongest
said,
Raikage of the
but
past. Yeah, because I know that's the volume statement for one of those chapters. Just calls
okay.
him the strongest of the past Raikage. The actually, if you go on now, the problem is it's really difficult to find the Japanese versions of those. Um, and for that, so I found a website that has a lot of them, but not all of them in Japanese. And so I went through and I looked at a lot of them. Most of them are fine. But that one in particular, I can't find. But if you go on like the Naruto wiki, it just states that it calls him the strongest Raikage, period, not the strongest past Raikage. But then like every English translation of it you'll find says strongest past Raikage or strongest Raikage of the past. So I think it's probably just like an error on their part. Um, but yeah, I mean that one would be a nice one to add. But yeah, the chapter statements, those ones can be interesting. Um,
Do you have a link to
but
that website that has all those?
yeah, let me slide this to you. It took, dude. It
Is
was so weird because like I found it in the strangest spot. It was here. Let me see if I can grab this.
Yeah. While you're doing that, I'll say.
Is that
Oh yeah, go ahead, Colin.
is that like also where like the Pain strongest man in the Akatsuki statement comes from? Things like that.
Yeah. So those would be the chapter statements.
I wonder how many of these statements I just don't know about.
Yeah, I have all of the chapter statements as well. And like, if you go to the, or I should say, I have all of the like relevant power scaling chapter statements.
Are they
Um,
in your Discord thing?
yeah, they're in the resources channel.
Okay. This is very
But
helpful, by the way. I'm glad you have this.
no, you're good. Now, I would use Brave browser or like some other browser to look through this, just in
It's one
case.
of those websites.
It could be. Here, I'll post this link. But like you'll see on the link that I posted, it's chapter 141, and it's got the Japanese on the side. So like people didn't translate the that, and I don't even know if that one's like a chapter synopsis. Um, but yeah, and then they have so the chapter synopsis statement on this one is translated in English on the second page, but then like you can scroll through these and you can find like let me see if I can find one that's got the chapter statement in Japanese. Um, let's see. Because they didn't do them for a long time. But basically, like most websites you'll find don't have the for a large section of the first part of the series, they don't have the chapter statements at all because they don't have the actual like original chapter releases. They have the uh there we go. This one's got chapter statement. They have the volume release, and you'll be able to see like when you scroll through here, you go far enough back, you'll see like where the format changes from chapter to volume. But yeah, you can find some of the Japanese ones on here and take a look at them. Not all of them will have the Japanese. But yeah, it's kind of a pain in the ass to find these. To be
No, I
honest with
just
you.
hate that they just like Vince just drops them. Like it's so annoying. Like in Boruto, like these are such small, insignificant things, but like,
Yeah,
why do they drop these? Like when the spoilers come out, you see these on the side or on the freaking manga cover. It's got some little quote on it, some meaningful thematic quote, and then Vince just drops it for some weird reason. I don't know
yep,
why.
yeah. No, it's weird, bro. Oh, here we go. Let's go. Let's
Oh,
see what we can't do.
But what I wanted to say is, because I'm sure we would all agree, something like this written probably by Kishimoto would probably be canon if it's just in the volume, chapter, whatever, literal first page itself. And it's fine. I'm fine with being canon. I'm fine with it even being accurate, and sometimes they're at like an end of a chapter, which I feel like that's a little bit more something to point to. But like, for example, if the Dragon Ball Z narrator is like, however, will Goku face off against Frieza's overwhelming power? And then in the next episode, neither of them power up, and Goku beats Frieza because Goku was stronger all along. Well, okay, how much do we take what the narrator said? Because what they said is accurate, but it's also implying something if you take it on its own in a way.
Well, that's why we have to use the context, what it literally says, and other aspects of the story.
Yeah. So, there is that. So yeah, I'm totally fine with this being like complimentary and something, but I wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable on confidently just like hinging on this as an idea.
Yeah. This is the one. Because I was trying, I stumbled across this because I'm reading the Dragon Ball manga, and the website I was using crashed, and so I was trying to find it in color on another website, and I just so happened to stumble across this website that had some of the Japanese chapter synopsis statements.
Okay. Pretty cool.
Let me see if I can. Where the F is this at? Because I know.
Oh yeah, this is the one that was right there.
Yeah, there's the one that I shared, and then I know I sent this in DMs with TG and Virtue. It definitely was not 11 months ago. That's definitely the website though. But like I said, not all of the chapters are going to have the Japanese ones, unfortunately. But yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Something specific that you said. So, whereas I think it's completely reasonable, in fact, maybe most likely of what you said for the idea of people hearing about Hashirama's power but not believing it, so then when they see it, it's the fairy tale statement or whatever. On that, I do have a different interpretation, even if it's less likely. I think it's still reasonable to where I think what's happening there would be something along the lines of you hear something and maybe you believe it or whatever, but there's a difference between hearing it and seeing it. For example, I would point to like an atomic bomb. We've probably seen a video of what it looks like. That's completely night and day different from actually witnessing the destructive power in person.
Yeah, exactly.
So I probably think it could maybe be that, even if it seems otherwise. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think the statement that he makes, like the delineation between like those who have seen Hashirama's power and those who have heard of Hashirama's power is important because, like, yeah, I mean, I would imagine those who have seen Hashirama's power probably didn't see it and then were like, yeah, no, this can't be real, you know?
Yeah.
It was probably more so the case that those who had there we go. Those who had like heard of his feats from other people who had seen them. Like so, for example, let's assume that Danzo and Hiruzen had seen them, like had seen Hashirama fight at full power. Like let's assume that they were there for the Madara fight. They would then tell the next generation about it, and then in the same way that Ino and Sakura are like slow to believe that Kakashi could cut a lightning bolt, those people would probably be like, I don't know if that's true. He's probably just hyping up his sensei. And then through seeing the exploits of Hiruzen in like the second war, they'd be like, yeah, no, there's no way anybody's stronger than this guy. So he probably just surpassed his predecessors.
Yeah, I think that's completely fine. I just don't like it as much.
Yeah, I agree. But it's like the Kishimoto's writing style is just really interesting in that way, where it's like he does just delineate between like direct statements of power and like reputation based things.
Yeah.
And then like even like Darui, well, like Dodai specifically says that some people's reputations are exaggerated. Like some people from the past, their reputations are exaggerated. And then Darui, he like pokes fun at Kin and Gin. And he's like, um, he basically says they were like gold and silver plated, like so like making fun of them for being the gold and silver brothers. He's like, yeah, all this hype you guys had, you guys actually kind of suck. So I do think there is a consistent theme throughout Naruto where Kishimoto he's very diligent in allowing for, like, in reality, you have people who hear things and then rumors become something totally different later on. And sometimes they get overhyped and sometimes they just get diluted. And so he actually is pretty careful with how he words things like that. So that, and I think the intention is there that we have, like, I think we have good evidence that the intention is there for him to be making statements with the intention of it being a reputation statement. So to make us question whether or not it's true versus like just direct statements that tell us that like somebody did X thing or is,
Yeah, because he does do a lot of like things aren't always what they seem in Naruto, like deception, whatever. Just say the truth, the world of lies, and all these things. Like,
yep, you have to see the hidden meanings behind the hidden meanings, bro.
No, I agree, all that's there. But to be fair, even though that interpretation's there, I also think my interpretation exists at other points in the series as well. So again, my interpretation is, for example, let's just say that you're just talking to Nick the Ninja down the street in Konoha, and you're like, oh yeah, did you know that Madara can like drop 2 meters? And the dude's like, oh yeah, it's pretty cool, that must be really strong. But then you're there in person, and Madara drops 1 meteor, and the dudes are like, this is the power beyond a god. They're like praying. It's like it's completely night and day there. So the
because it's like you would think like because in your head you could be thinking like a meteor that's like 50 meters.
Like how big is the meteor? That plays a big role.
And
but I'm saying if they know
like
what it
meters
is
in diameter, you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but like I'm saying if they know like the distance or whatever, they're able to like visualize in their head. But it's completely different just being there. So as an example, Sasuke knows what a fight to the death entails, but you go into the Forest of Death, and yeah, to be fair, Orochimaru was being scary, but I mean, the worst he can do is kill you. That's what he's threatening, and Sasuke's like, get away! Or even, again, this goes back to Conviction, a very similar idea, with Boruto versus Kakashi in that one filler episode to where it's like, oh, you're already tuning, but I'm gonna break your arm unless you blah blah. So I feel like it's a very similar concept to some degree. And then even then, I feel like the Anbu commenting on Hiruzen like shaking the ground when he's fighting Orochimaru in the Konoha.
Okay, that
Kage level combat.
Yeah.
Or like Zabuza, he's like, oh wow.
Oh my gosh, he's creating water with chakra. This is Kage level combat, like bro.
And then like Zabuza's commenting on the fact that, oh wow, Kakashi's Chidori, it's visible. But then he's already hyping up Kakashi as the 1,000 jutsu or whatever. Like he knows, like Kakashi probably has Chidori. Well, why is he freaking out? Something he knows.
Well, and what's funny about that is he doesn't even say it's visible. He says it's almost
visible. Yeah.
Yeah, which is like even crazier because it's like that implies that he doesn't think that like a handheld lightning jutsu can be visible. Like, bro, what?
Like, exactly. But then later on, because I brought this up for one stream, but I would debate the podcast topic: is chakra visible or not? Because Granny Chiyo, on the other hand, has to go out of her way to make her chakra strings have as little chakra as possible, so that Sasori can't see them. Meanwhile, Kakashi's Chidori, it's almost visible. Too bad, still invisible.
Yeah, I actually think honestly that like some techniques in Naruto originally were not meant to be like visible. Like I think obviously like the fireball jutsu, which was introduced before the Raikiri, is I think it's clearly visible, right? But I think that there are probably like I don't know what Kishimoto was thinking exactly, but you know how like in Demon Slayer, like the breathing techniques that they have, like those are like just visual aids for the audience essentially. They're not actually visible. Like those things aren't actually happening. That might have been something that he was going for, and then he was like, "Nah, screw that. Like, let's throw that idea out the window. That sucks."
Axel Boost says Haku also says something like chakra cannot be seen in disbelief at Kyuubi or Naruto.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like
there's a lot of stuff where, and then we went over this with the Rasengan. It feels like Naruto. You can argue he's just focusing on the guy, but the way Naruto says it directly, just directly,
which is why I would have
sounds like he couldn't see it.
Yeah. Well, and then you have what's crazy about that Haku statement is we then get Guy in the war. Like whenever Zabuza like riles up his chakra and he has the demon aura, he's like he looks at it and he says like, "Oh, the shape of that aura, that must be like Zabuza's like demon mist or whatever." And it's like, bro, so like he can see it, like we know he can see it, and Haku was like around Zabuza all the time. I'm sure that Haku saw that at some point in time. So yeah, I do think that might be just like a mild retcon. Like I think that chakra being visible wasn't always intended to be the case. But then later on just like kind of became the case.
Hero chakra, to be exact. Like obviously,
yeah.
I think with like Chidori, for example, or the Raikiri, I think the lightning was supposed to be visible, but Zabuza was commenting on the ball of chakra in his hand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well,
so it's like
Acolyte says
go ahead.
Maybe the fireball and water jutsu from the second Hokage were supposed to be real fire and real water, and Raikiri was just chakra.
Yeah, or maybe he just hadn't seen like a jutsu like that wasn't like expelled from someone. But because like we know like the ice mirrors are visible. We know that's the case.
Exactly.
So it's like he has seen visible jutsu. But yeah, I think that's probably the case. He probably just like it was maybe the original intention for like pure chakra to not be visible, and then like elemental jutsu to be visible. And maybe Zabuza just was like confused about it. I don't know. But yeah, it is weird. That is one of the weird
things. The other
things
interpretation would just be it's invisible unless the chakra is either strong or condensed enough. So like a Rasengan, pretty condensed. The Ninetales, extremely strong. But then granted, Chiyo goes out the window with that one.
Yeah.
Well, I do think with the Kakashi one, it's not that, wow, I can see the lightning in Kakashi saying it's the chakra also in the hand that isn't in the lightning.
Yeah, that could be the case.
Yeah. But,
Or I've had people going, I made one tweet about how Naruto is more culturally impactful than One Piece worldwide. And I've had these same dudes going back and forth in my mentions, like with each other, for the last like week talking about it, like arguing about whether or not it, like if One Piece or Naruto is more culturally significant. I'm like, dude, you guys gotta learn when to let it go.
To be fair, that's the expected outcome. You knew that was gonna happen.
I didn't know it was gonna go on this long, bro. It's crazy. Like literally every day, I'm talking like at least 40 notifications every day on my Twitter from just these two guys.
It's crazy. I love
Speaking of Twitter, actually, so I didn't know the context. I only saw one thing, and I tweeted on. It had to do with your Sakura Kaguya thing. What's the context behind all of that?
So, somebody, I can't even remember. Let me look.
Did you post this somewhere, so I can pull it up?
Yeah, let me just pull this up real quick because I was replying to someone, and somebody said something stupid. They said, here we go. Oh yeah, what it was is I put out my tweet that said I was live streaming to go over why Naruto debaters suck. And this guy posted a screenshot of my Sakura video where I said, to be more precise, Sakura was able to react to and tag someone moving at bare minimum 30 times faster than Naruto and Sasuke. Because I showed that they had only moved like at maximum a couple of inches. Like their body positions had basically not changed. And in that same time frame, she was able to cover like an entire body length of distance flying upwards, right? So just based on how like tall she should be in comparison to those two, you get it's actually probably higher than 30 times, but at bare minimum, she had to have covered 30 times the distance they did in that same time frame. So he took a screenshot of that and posted it on there in response to me saying Naruto debaters suck. And then so I was like, hey, doofus, what's happening here? It looks like Kaguya covers nearly an entire body length of distance at the same time Naruto and Sasuke can only move a few inches. Yet Sakura is capable of reacting to and tagging her. Take a swing at debunking that. I'd love to see it. And I just posted the scans. And then basically some guy was like, oh, well, Kaguya couldn't see her or whatever, or Kaguya wasn't paying attention to her, things like that. And I was like, well, dude, she has a Byakugan. And we see that she notices her. She gets the exclamation point next to her head whenever we see Sakura come into frame. So the most pragmatic understanding of that panel, like what indication in that panel, or what event in that panel would constitute surprise, and it would be Sakura being behind her, right? And so I was like, she probably noticed she was there, but she probably just noticed too late. Like I don't think that she was like hiding perfectly in her Byakugan blind spot, especially because I don't know if Sakura even knows about the Byakugan blind spot, and we have no reason to believe that she does. In fact, I think it's
also
more
just
likely
not
that she
there.
Yeah.
Like she's not in the spot where Neji's blind spot was.
100%. So I think so like he was basically saying like, oh well, she just didn't notice her, and I was like, that's probably not the case. And then somebody was like, oh, so you think that she's just like 30 times faster than Naruto and Sasuke? Like, no. But she can react to somebody over a certain distance, like anticipating her movement upward because it was a part of the plan, right? The plan that Kakashi put in place was exactly what happened. So the plan was for them to close in on her. Kakashi's supposed to be below her with Kamui ready to go, and then Sakura's supposed to come from above. So Sakura was anticipating this upward movement, but she has to be able to physically and mentally react to that movement in order to tag her. So like my argument isn't that she's relative to Kaguya or like way faster than Naruto and Sasuke. The argument is just that she can react to people and tag them going those speeds in a circumstance like that. But yeah, that's kind of how it all started. Like, yeah, this guy was like basically saying that I was a bad debater, which I don't even really debate like that. But he was like poking fun at me for making that claim. And I'm like, I just analyzed what was on panel, brother. I don't know what to tell you. Like that's literally just what happens. But yeah.
Yeah, the context of in that circumstance is what's going to be important there, because this is what I responded with, because I didn't know any of the context. I was like, well, to be fair, Kaguya flew straight towards Sakura.
So
that is important context there.
On my
story, or... Yeah, and Sakura, like I said, Sakura expected it to happen. Like it was a part of the plan, you know. So it's not only the case. And then they were like, "Oh well, how would she not have noticed her earlier if she was up there?" I'm like, well, we know that she's jumping off of the Susanoo, which was like vaguely some position above them, but not necessarily directly above them. And in fact, we do get a panel that shows like it is above them when they're fighting, but kind of off to the side. And we know that like Itachi can operate his Susanoo while being outside of it, so it's reasonable to assume that Kakashi can do the same thing. So it's possible that the Susanoo just moved her in place as the two were approaching and as she was like trying to fly upwards. So if the Susanoo moves into place and then she leaps off the Susanoo and tags her, she does have to be physically and mentally reacting to that speed, but it's over a certain distance. Like it's not like Sakura's covering the same distance in the same amount of time, you know? So the claim was never that they're physically relative, or that they're moving a similar distance in a similar time. The claim was just that she can react to characters who are moving that fast.
Yeah, so I thought my baseball analogy was the best. Like what she did was hit a baseball moving 100 miles an hour when she can only run like 30 or whatever. Like
yeah, exactly. Like a baseball bat swing isn't even like 100 miles an hour. You know what I mean? Like a baseball bat swing at best, let's say, is like 40 miles an hour. I don't even know if that's the case. But
honestly, I don't know what the speed of a baseball bat swing is.
Yeah, but like significantly slower than a baseball, right? But like if you expect it to be there, right, and you time it up correctly, you can still tag the baseball. So yeah, it was. I feel like whenever sometimes sometimes people take like they don't really understand what certain claims mean and like jump to conclusions about things. So I think that what they thought I was arguing is that Sakura is relative to Kaguya, which is not what the argument is. It's just that she has to be able to visually and physically react to that kind of speed over that distance. So does that mean that if she was like right next to Kaguya and Kaguya did that, she'd be able to do that? No, probably not. I would say almost definitely not. But from the distance that she was away, with the expectation of Kaguya flying upwards, she was able to react to her, much like the baseball analogy.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
I mean, what I just really hate about power scaling is whenever people just refuse to use any narrative at all, when that's obviously the implication that they're going for here. So that's
Yeah.
not even not using a narrative primarily or as the very first thing and then relying on power scaling because it's just not using narrative at all. Like, I'm not going to say this is the most narrative thing of all time, but obviously what's happening here is Sakura as a woman is looking at Kaguya as a woman who walked right by Sakura, didn't even care that she existed, to go to Naruto and Sasuke, and then teleport Naruto and Sasuke to Lava Dimension, and Sasuke's pointing out how, oh, Naruto, if you and I die, it's the end of the world. Kaguya's targeting us. They just got swooped up in this. And the whole time, Kaguya's only fighting Naruto and Sasuke, and the whole time, Sakura's caught up to Naruto and Sasuke, which realistically could just mean that she's a useful member for Team 7, to where she's not gonna get in the way. You know, her narrative! So, it's
yeah, well,
pretty
and
clear.
there are even like statements, because somebody was asking me about this earlier. They were like, how does she go from, it's just insane for her to go from like the level she was at all the way up there. I'm like, well, first of all, I'm not really claiming that she's like Kaguya's speed, right? Like, that's not the claim. But secondly, it's really not like I feel like people don't understand how strong she is in the war. Like we do just get direct statements saying like there's one, took screenshots of these earlier. There's one where it says she strongly leant against their two backs, which she had just reached. If you look at the and you might know this, Ood, but if you look at the actual like Japanese text itself, that phraseology of like reaching someone's back is typically used when somebody is catching up to someone who was previously above them, or something is catching up to something that was previously superior. So like that helps. But then there's even just a direct statement in the Naruto the Last data book that says in regards to that moment, because like in the last data book it has like now and then like past, like it has like the different entries for the characters. Says, and when she had in the past section, it says, and when she had reached the level of the two whom's back she had kept chasing, her true powers bloom like cherry blossoms. So it's like, yes, at some point in the war she caught up to them, but both of those statements are in reference to whenever she's literally back to back with Naruto and Sasuke, when Naruto is in MKCM and Sasuke is in EMS. So it's like, we know that she's on their level at that point in time. That doesn't mean that she's on their level whenever there's six pads, but with the fact that she was able to get there because like literally the Byakugo seal just functions by setting aside some portion of your chakra,
For
right?
years, by the way, and uses that burst all at once. So.
and literally like she just straight up says like, now that it's complete, I can really let loose, and I don't have to set aside chakra to maintain my youthful appearance either. So it's like now she's literally just using her full unnerfed power, because she was nerfed that whole time when trying to like put the Byakugo seal or the store of chakra for the Byakugo seal. So that's just her like with the power that she could otherwise use, or at least it could be argued to be the case. And then in the Kaguya fight, it could just be the case that she uses a giant portion of that chakra that's in there to amp herself physically way beyond what she'd normally be at. And then that doesn't have any there are like no logical contradictions with that line of thinking. So we don't know exactly what's going on in terms of like if she just got like a giant mental lamp, which is possible, or if she just got like significantly stronger throughout the war, which is also possible, or if she's just using the chakra that she had in reserve and taking like a giant section of it to amp herself to get to the point where she needs to get. Because it's like whenever she completes the seal, it could be the case that like with every punch, depending on how much chakra she stored up, she could just be using like 1% of that with her punches. You know what I mean? And then and then producing the results she did, like when she punches the Bijou or the Jubi clone thing. And then in the scenario with Kaguya, it could just be the case that she uses like 60% of it, and it just amps her far beyond her normal means. So I don't think it's unreasonable to like have that line of thinking, and it makes it to where like people will call that a plot hole all the time, but it makes it to where it's not a plot hole because there's a rational explanation for it.
Yeah. I mean, there's also other possible power scaling examples that I am too bored to really get into, but like just possible claims you could throw out is Naruto and Sasuke's flight speed might be slower than their movement speed, same for Kaguya. You could argue that they aren't moving full speed yet because they haven't accelerated their momentum to full speed. You could argue because they're focusing on trying to touch Kaguya instead of focusing on moving their full speed. They're trying to be accurate. Same with Kaguya, trying to make sure she avoids being touched. It's not just them moving a beeline and that exact line blindly. It's focused on that as well, so they're moving a fixed speed in that regard. There's a lot of different ways you can argue it.
I think the flight speed thing is probably the best argument. I saw TG covered that in one of his videos. The flight speed doesn't, based on what we see, it doesn't seem to be that different from their normal combat speed, but it does seem to be like slightly below. So it's like they wouldn't be necessarily like with if they're on the ground, like launching themselves like they normally would in combat charging at somebody, it's probably like to some degree faster than the flight speed, but not necessarily like a blitz tier above the flight speed. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think that's the best argument that I've heard for it. But it's like that just helps, you know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, well, then she wouldn't necessarily have to be on the level of them, like in their regular physical movement speed, if their flight speed is like even marginally lower than their regular movement speed. Especially when you factor in the fact that she is probably mental amped and she is probably amping herself way beyond her normal means with that chakra. Like, it's not a crazy line of thinking.
Well, they've also used a decent amount of chakra, so it might just be slower as well.
I'm also not gonna like overemphasize this point, but gravity is working against Kaguya and for Sakura here.
9 meters per second. I do think like, well, have you guys watched my Naruto geography video?
Yeah, I have, at least.
So
I haven't, but
so basically, like, if you're really lowballing it based on a lot of the feats and statements we get, especially from the novels, Naruto's Earth has to be like bare minimum around 15 times the size of ours, which I don't think that Kishimoto was intending for that, to be honest. Like, I don't think he ever really thought about it. But just based on like what we're told about like how long it takes for like Kakashi to travel to the land of Ridaku, things like that, you kind of have to have the Earth that big. And if that's the case, then it's like, yeah, even with just that, the power of gravity, if you assume similar density with that kind of size, would just be like significantly stronger. So if you scale a planet, like, this sounds insane, but if you assume I think like even lightning, like low end lightning speed travel for Kakashi to the land of Ridaku, you get Naruto's Earth to like bigger than our solar system, which is like, I do not think Kishimoto intended that, so I don't lean that direction. It just seems a little bit less reasonable. But if that's the case, then we'd be talking like billions of times greater gravity. So then the speed at which something is like pulled toward the planet would just be billions of times greater if you assume the density of the Earth is the same.
Okay. You said what I was gonna say. So.
Yeah.
We should also mention though that this is also Kaguya's dimension, which doesn't have to be the same size as Earth.
I'm gonna mute for just a second, because I'm rounding up these dogs really quick, but I can hear you guys.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll also note. Well, Kamui, did you have anything to add?
No. Well, like I said, I guess you didn't hear. This was also in Kaguya's dimension, which doesn't have to be the same size as Earth for any reason.
Or the same gravity.
Yeah.
But that said, they don't comment on the gravity. It's probably at least similar-ish instead of like 10 times heavier or something crazy.
It's probably just proportionate to whatever their
physical bodies are capable of or something. But
Yeah.
it's possible that everything in the universe scales in such a way that the gravity might as well be the same, given of the larger size of Earth, or it just is the same.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. It does take place on Kaguya's planet, not even Earth. So it's like, yeah, the gravity could just be affecting that.
Real quick,
Especially because we do know that she has like a super gravity planet too.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah.
it's not unreasonable to say that the gravity on her like main world could just be different from what it is on Earth.
Man, not gonna lie,
But yeah,
if she just switched to the ice dimension at the last second, she just would have won.
No, 100%.
Yeah. It's funny. Real quick,
No, why she didn't. The ice
Remind
dimension,
me?
honestly, she was getting the most results with, bro.
remind me though, how did Sakura get above Kaguya in the first place? Did she just off screen like 10 seconds earlier just jump and hope
Kakashi
that Kaguya?
Susanoo.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Then-
she's in Kakashi's Susanoo, and then when Kakashi leaves the Susanoo, she's still on it. But then if you go like I think 689, you can see that there's like a part of the Susanoo remaining up there, but not the entire thing. There's like a Susanoo like platform that he leaves behind.
Yeah, so you could
And
do,
she's on that platform.
you
Yeah.
could do two different interpretations then. First of all, you could argue that I pulled up the wrong thing. You could argue that that she just jumped off of it straight down, which would be obviously
Yeah.
a lot more than just falling. And then you could also argue that Kakashi literally just launched through her or something. It's not even Sakura's moving at that point.
like he like turns the Susanoo into like a springboard.
Yeah, it's like
launches her.
it's like Lee throwing the kunai at that point.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's just like so much that goes into it that doesn't require her to be like physically relative to Kaguya, but it's more so just about like her reaction speed, like mental and physical reaction speed to be able to like see Kaguya moving and time up her punch correctly, which doesn't require them to be relative, but it's like, so I got the Jubito Toby Rama like FTG tag feet calced, and the distance between them is like 24 and a half feet roughly. And so in the same way that Toby Rama is not physically relative to Jubito, but he can move his arm like 2 feet in the same amount of time Jubito can move like 24, putting him at like 1/12 the speed of him. The same thing would be true for Sakura. It's like you can just have her be like 1/10 or 1/20th the speed of Kaguya and still be able to do what she pulled off.
Okay, I feel like we're almost dancing around the topic that Kamui doesn't want to cover, but interpreting the series. So first of all, so going back to the
You can
planet
do
thing.
it, whatever. I just don't want to repeat the same things over and over again.
Well, it's different if it's with a different guest. That's why we have intro topics. But either
Okay,
way,
that's different.
well, it could also just be much quicker since we've already covered the full thing. We just do a bridge version.
Just
but-
start. Just stop. beating
No,
around the
I'm not
bush.
doing it yet. We're gonna do it in a minute. For the planet thing, Kamui, do you think the Naruto Earth is bigger than our Earth? Like, do you think that was intended, or how do you? how
No,
do
I
you
don't
do
think
that?
it's meant to. I think it's meant to be our Earth size, personally.
I would agree with that. I think Kishimoto's intention is for it to be that size, but I think that like for what we have in the series, it just kind of can't be the case, to be honest. Like, and I think that's fine. Like we see that with all kinds of works of fiction where it's like something that the author intends just kind of can't be the case because it's incongruent with certain things that we see in the series.
But
you
at
know?
the same time, it's both at the same time, to where Naruto's geography is literally different from our Earth, but at the same
Yeah.
time, Japan exists in the Naruto universe.
You know what's actually interesting about that statement? Because I used that statement for that exact video. That's actually a narrator statement. I didn't realize that until I went back and reread the Akatsuki Hiden novel.
I thought it was
It
Naruto
says that,
saying it,
like-
or thinking it.
Yeah, I thought so too. But no, you have the narrator just says that they're Japanese style gates.
Oh.
So it's like
Oh, okay.
it's probably just the case. It doesn't even have to be the case that Japan actually exists.
Yeah.
But it could just be like the narrator saying like for the audience to give them a visual. you
But I
know?
do think that's important though, because that's not only accurate, it's canon in Naruto, but we can't necessarily rely on it to tell us something about Naruto.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So I do think it is, though. It's that it's both at the same time, to where it's both Kishimoto's intention to be one way and the series just can't be that way, so it is also the other way at the same time. So let's just go with this for the example, though. Let's say Kishimoto, we know, confirmably without a shadow of a doubt, he just said it himself, Kishimoto has admitted, let's just pretend, that he interprets Naruto's Earth to be the same size as Earth, but at the same time, it's directly, obviously not the case in Naruto.
Yeah.
How would we proceed with that information? There's
So,
just a clear
I
discrepancy.
will say,
how do we interpret
real quick with that one? So obviously, unlike a theoretical narrative point, which is the point of the original thing you wrote, in this case, it just doesn't matter. So.
Well, yeah, but I did want to, because I wrote it initially narratively, but I did write that in mind for Jay, for a topic for Jay, because I did want to...
Well, for power scaling, it's a little bit different, because that's the middle ground, to where
it
doesn't matter the same way as like a character arc, but it does matter. But like whether the Earth is 15 times bigger or the same as our Earth, that just doesn't matter.
I mean, this is miscellaneous. It doesn't matter, but even though the example itself doesn't matter, it's the concept that we are discussing which matters equally.
Well, so a good example of this too, like with author's intention just not working with the series, is I actually do think that Kishimoto intended for Kakashi to become a Jonin at 12, but it just doesn't work. Like, so we get that Obito and Kakashi are like 6 months apart in the war arc, but they're like the same age year-wise, you know, with Kakashi being like 6 months younger. We get that in Data Book 4. We also get in there's two pieces of material that I actually just found recently. The two different scrolls. It's Naruto Kizuna or Kuzina, one of those two. The Heaven and Earth scrolls, and they were released like at the end of this or towards the end of the series. They cover all the way through the Pain arc and Five Kage Summit. I'm not sure how much of the war they cover. It's like a little bit of it, I think, but in that it's just directly stated that Kakashi at the young age of 12 became a Jonin, right? So I do think that's the intention. However, we also know for a fact that Obito and Kakashi graduated together and took the Chunin exams together, and Kakashi became a Chunin at 6, graduated at 5, while Obito became a Chunin at 11, graduated at 9. So it's not possible. And they took the Chunin exams together when Kakashi was promoted. So they had to have taken the Chunin exams together when Kakashi was 6, but if they're the same age, Obito would be 3 years from graduating the academy. So the canon material just contradicts itself in that way if they are the same age. So then you have to kind of look at...
We were discussing this the other day. Okay, so this is obviously stupid, but I want you to entertain this. So, do you know how Ibiki's written in the exam? There just are Chunin taking the exam.
Yeah.
What if that's the same thing with Kakashi Obito's Chunin exams? So Ibiki's the proctor. You know, it's not actually Ibiki, but like Ibiki like guy's the proctor, and he put Chunin Kakashi in the exams and said, "Okay, guys, fight Kakashi."
Well, so that would be totally fine. That would be totally fine if not for us having direct statements in regards to that particular chapter of him being promoted. Yeah, exactly. So
that's like, all part of the exam. They're just pretending.
Yeah, it's just a ruse.
I mean, what better way to measure if they're tuning level or not?
Exactly. Just see how they accept it.
Putting them against the Jonin, bro. Like, I think, but yeah, that's. I think it's a good example of like with Kishimoto. I mean, authors aren't infallible, you know, and so with Kishimoto and like other authors, I think sometimes their intention isn't congruent with what they actually have in the series.
Yeah.
So like whenever I talk to people about that, they're always like, no, he was 12, he was 12, he was 12. It's like, okay, that was almost definitely the intention for sure. But in order for that to be the case, you have to mutilate the manga, and like the manga itself is the source material. So if we're analyzing the series itself, then you prioritize manga over secondary canon. And then even the secondary canon stuff, such as like the Naruto birthday columns, reference that particular scene when talking about him being promoted to Chunin. So it's like, okay, so not only does the primary source material show that he became a Chunin at 6 with Obito in the exams, but the secondary material also says he became a Chunin at 6 in those same exams. Then it's like if we have other secondary material or tertiary material that tells us otherwise, it's like we can't say that that's the case, or at least that's the way that I analyze canon. I think it's you want to preserve the source material as much as possible, and then you have a bunch of different things that just kind of like line up with that too. Like, for example, like Obito doesn't know about he doesn't know that Sakumo was Kakashi's dad, which doesn't make any sense. If Kakashi is like 12 at that point in time, and that they went through the academy together, they took the Chunin exams together, they've been on the same team for like 6 years, makes zero sense for that to be the case. If Sakumo offed himself 5 years prior to the Kanbi Bridge mission, when Kakashi was 7 and had already been on the team with well, actually he couldn't have been on their team. Like, you know what I mean? So like if they're the same age, they couldn't have graduated together and couldn't have taken those tuning exams together. So it's like either the ages are wrong or the manga is wrong. So I just lean in the direction of the manga being correct, because it is
I know this
supported
is
again in some
filler,
secondary canon.
but I'm pretty sure in the filler, at least somewhere, there is like a filler showing Kakashi just being like a Jonin on his, or a Genin on his own before Obito and Rin graduate. So he was just on teams being a problem, and then eventually, once Obito and Rin graduated, they were all put on Minato's team.
I'll also
Again, I know it's
add,
filler, but I'm pretty sure they did that.
I'll also add,
I don't recall that, but I also haven't watched the anime in a really long time, so that could exist.
This is the Boruto anime, so take it as a grain of salt for how it applies to Naruto, but there are just blatantly people in the academy who are just way older than the rest of the class.
Yes, 100%. Like with the dude that has like the staff and uses rock style.
Yeah,
Iwabe.
Yeah, Iwabe. He's like a few years older than everybody else. He's like they're all like 12 or like 11 or 12, and he's like 14, 15 years old. So it's not weird for there to be some kind of gap there.
But then even crazier. Again, take this with a grain of salt because this was a hyper niche specific.
Yeah, you're gonna say Kawaki, aren't you? That's
Kawaki, who's like a decade older than everyone else.
Yeah. Well, I also think like even if you wanted to make a narrative argument on one side where it's like I feel like Kishimoto intended for him to be 12 because of these other narrative points, or these other like pieces of material. So you could make the same kind of argument in reverse and say, well, not only is Kakashi drawn shorter than Obito, like by a few inches, and Kakashi Gaiden, they're close to the same height, but Kakashi's like 2 or 3 inches shorter than him. But also, if Kakashi and Obito were supposed to mirror Naruto and Sasuke, and Obito is supposed to be kind of like the Naruto in that scenario, and Naruto was a late bloomer physically, like he was short for his age, then if he's short for his age, Obito, and Kakashi's shorter than him, then it would make sense for there to be like a 3 or 4 year gap.
Well, to be fair,
okay, so again, we're just saying things at this point just for the sake of entertaining it. But as you mentioned, there's like the Kakashi Obito similar to Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto's the late bloomer. It's possible though that Kishimoto's flip-flopping it because in this case, Kakashi's the one on the good side in the end. He's the short one, the quote unquote evil villain one. Obito is the tall one.
So I mean, I would say, to be honest, that I do think, because I've thought about that as well. But then when you just like analyze them as characters, and then you get like the statement from Kakashi where he says like Sasuke is just like him, and then like Guy is like, oh, this kid's just like Kakashi, it's like there does seem to be a narrative implication that like in the Kakashi Obito pairing, and especially like Obito has the dream becoming Hokage. He's kind of a dunce. He's like highly emotional. He's got the same kind of hair, dude. Like of so many different things. Like just kind of showcase him as like the Naruto in that pairing. So I mean, I would personally say that like he's probably the Naruto out of like the facsimile, I guess. But
Okay,
yeah, it's
I
like
was going to say
it is
more
weird.
ridiculous things. What if this is, because like Naruto and Obito, they're like the same, minus like their one key difference. But what if there was just two key differences? The second one being Naruto is short, while Obito
Yeah,
is tall.
Naruto's short, Obito's tall.
That's
Well, I
why
mean,
Obito got crushed by the boulder. If he was just a little bit shorter, he would have missed.
but to be fair, if Obito's tall for his age, that kind of, I mean, he could be tall for his age, and Kakashi could just be tall for his age. You know what I mean? Like it could just be the case that they're both tall for their age. You know what I mean?
Or,
'Cause
wait.
Kakashi
But what if
is taller than
Obito's
the other
tall for
gentlemen.
his age? That's why he's clumsy.
That could be it.
Can we also just acknowledge the fact that heights in Naruto make no sense? Like, the shortest people in part 1 are like 4'4", then over the time skip, they randomly shoot up to be like 6'8" out of nowhere, from the shortest to the tallest in their class. It just makes
Well,
no
actually,
sense.
no. That's just how they look. They just are like Naruto and time skip. I don't remember his actual height. He's just like 5'4", some short ass height.
I mean,
Yeah,
if you look up
Naruto was consistently the shortest on Team 7 until post time skip, and then he just outgrows Sakura. But I think he's like about the same height as Sasuke, in part 2. But like, I wonder if maybe we have a panel of them next to each other where Naruto might still be a little shorter than him.
it'd be hilarious. We
or
just
if
get
we have
like
something in the database.
Goku
And,
like looking down
in
at
Boruto
Frieza.
era, though,
Okay.
they are like huge people, and they're only like 5'10".
Yeah.
Then
Because they're adults,
meanwhile,
bro. They have to be depicted larger.
Ibiki and Jiraiya are just giants for no reason.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is weird though. Like for the how to interpret the series, I think for me, primary source material comes first, and then secondary material is secondary for a reason. It's like the data books and fan books and other guides. They are just like officially supposed to be guides to help you understand the series to a greater degree, but they are inherently just analyzing the series and telling you more about it.
Yep.
So it's like you have the source material and then things that analyze the source material, right? So if something that's analyzing the source material gets something like has something in there that's incongruent with the source material itself, I think the best way to go about it is just to defend the source material as much as possible.
Yeah, it just leads credence
I'll
towards
also
it.
add, in regards to this whole thing, I think the way this could just be me personally, but I think your primary thing, like the number one on your list, would be to like analyze the author's narrative intent. So now I know we don't know. Like, I'm just
Yeah, Kamui?
Oh, you get BFR'd?
I'm gonna start using that this time.
if at the end of the series or end of this
Kamui, your
character
Wi-Fi
arc,
cut out.
we just
You wanna
know.
reset that?
Okay, huh?
Your Wi-Fi cut out. If you want to perform Izanagi on yourself and reset that time loop.
Is it currently working?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So I think the primary thing you should do is go with at least what you believe to be the author's intended narrative intent. That'd be like your primary. Now, obviously, in the case of, like the size of the Earth, it's just irrelevant, so it doesn't really matter. But
yeah,
it's applicable anyway. So I'm going to use Jorah as my example. So again, we don't know for sure what his character arc is supposed to be, but assuming we've been on the right track, Oodie and I, over our podcast, if it is intentional, like Jorah has his contradictory thing and it relates to his growing humanity, like he purposefully chooses to do these things that make no sense, you would go with that. And now, when it comes to like Inojin quote unquote being dead, that makes no sense. That's not obviously as it plays out. No, that's not because Jorah's being an intentional narrative hypocrite. He's just wrong. It's just bad. And you can say, okay, this was the intent. They did it poorly. You can say, okay, this writing is bad. But you would still say, okay, well, what is the story? The story is what they were trying to do. Okay, he's trying to do this. Like, that's the intent. So I think you would just go with that first. And if it's inconsistent, you just call it a flaw. but you're still going to say that's what the story is. You're not going to say the answer is, yeah, Jura just makes no sense, the end. No, you're going to go with, well, what are they trying to do with Jura? Okay, it's this. That's what your number one would be. So when it comes to like power scaling, this is where it gets interesting, because obviously if you want to take the debate approach of saying, okay, we're going to disregard narrative and we're going to go based off feats, you can do that. That's fine. That there is a literal niche for that. But if you were going to like take everything into account, well, I think you should definitely include at least what is Kishimoto's narrative implying. Well, if it's clearly just telling you, okay, Neji's supposed to be stronger than X character, you can have a separate discussion ignoring the narrative. But at the end of the day, clearly Neji was supposed to be stronger, like in that hypothetical.
Well,
so I think that should be your number one. What are they trying to do? And you can say it's bad writing if it just is inconsistent. But
yeah. I think sometimes it's really hard because like in analyzing what an author is intending, you kind of have to do it via either what they say or what they show in the series. And so like with, just to use the age thing as an example again, it's like I personally think it's probably the intention for Kakashi to be 12 when he became a Jonin. But I can't say for certain because there is just like, I mean, the series conflicts with itself on that. And the best way to rectify that is for there to be an age gap.
I think Kishimoto, honestly, Kishimoto either forgot or just retconned it because he wanted Kakashi and Obito to be together in all these scenes, but he had already written that Kakashi was a Chunin at the age of 6. Like,
but then the problem would become, we then have official guides published later on, like the birthday columns that then reiterate that Kakashi did become a Chunin at 6. You know what I mean? And then the youngest Genin ever at 5 is like reiterated in the Itachi Shinden novels. So it's like we do.
But then around the same time, they're reiterating that Kakashi and Obito are at the same age.
Yes, so it's like it's really weird. Now the latest thing that we get for them being the same age would be Data Book 4, which comes out, you know, towards the end of everything. But then the Itachi Shinden novels came out after that. And then, which goes back, that answers the question we had earlier about the Itachi Shinden novels or the Tobirama statement coming first. Tobirama statement came first. The Itachi Shinden novels came out after the completion of, or after they were published after Data Book 4 was published. So that would be like the updated information. And then the most recent information would be from the birthday column. So it's like, the two most recent pieces of information we have just make it to where they can't be the same age unless you change Obito's age. And then you have him being the same age as Kakashi, which then just like doesn't fit for his narrative with him kind of being a bit of a dunce. And then you would kind of have to change not only his age, but also Rin's age to like match with that and bring them both down a little bit. So it's like and then I also think like working outward from the most important narratives and characters is probably the best way to go about it. So like you would want to start with Kakashi, especially because Kakashi's like Chunin age is stated in the manga. In part 1, he says he became a Chunin at 6. It's then stated in Data Book 1. Then it's stated in Data Book 2 3 separate times. Then it's stated he's the youngest Genin ever at 5 in the Itachi Shinden novels. And then Genin at 5, Chunin at 6 in the birthday column. So we have like so many pieces of evidence saying like this is when he did this, right? And then we have the manga showing that he and Obito were together when these events were happening, which is just like not possible if they're the same age, you know? So like, even though I personally think that like it could be the case that Kishimoto's intention was for Kakashi to be 12 when he became a Jonin and like around the same age as Obito, I'm not certain about it because there is so much conflicting information. So unless I were certain about it, I wouldn't be comfortable like altering other things to fit with that. You know what I mean?
Maybe personally, what I think is that Kishimoto, he was trying to do both when that just doesn't work. Like he wants Kakashi to be the youngest Genin and Chunin ever. Like he wants Kakashi to have that record, but he also wanted Kakashi and Obito to be doing everything together.
Especially since the random
and he wanted them
triangle.
To be parallel with the same ages. Like he wanted all three things to be true when they just can't.
Yeah.
That Rin love triangle would be a little weird otherwise.
Exactly. Yeah, because that's the other thing. Yeah. So if Rin is like 12 and Kakashi's 6, I don't know, man.
In
I don't know, man.
In Kakashi Gaiden, Rin would be 12, Obito would be 13, and then based on their graduation and promotion ages, if you hold true to like what the manga shows us, Kakashi should be no younger than 8, but no older than 10. So if you want to say like he's 10 and she's 12, that's not that weird. But
Well,
if you
I
want to
mean,
say,
it
like,
is kind of
he's
weird
8,
because like that is a 6th grade, like the United States. That's like a 6th grader having a crush on a 4th grader. I'm sorry, that's just weird.
so think about it this way, though.
Usually the crushes start in like 6th grade. Okay,
that's somebody who's the age of Sasuke at the end of part 1, having a crush on somebody who's the age of Gaara at the beginning of part 1.
Gaara was not 10 at the beginning of part 1.
Yeah, so no. So Gaara would have been 11, but Sasuke 13 at the end of part 1. So there's the 2-year gap. That's what I'm kind of illustrating. It's like
but 2-year gap. A 65-year-old and a 63-year-old, nobody's calling it weird. But when it like the younger the age is, the more that gap matters. If that makes sense.
I don't think 10 to 12 is that weird though. Like I think it feels weird to us, but like think about like whenever you were in school. I don't know if you're still in school, but like
I was never a 6th grader in love with a 4th grader. I can tell you.
No, I agree with you. But if you're in school, there was a kid in our class who skipped a grade, and he was young for his original class. So like whenever I turned 18, like my birthday's in November, so I'm like in the middle of the year for like the school year, right? So you start in August, birthday in November, you finish in like May or whatever. So I was like slightly older than most of the people in my grade, but like pretty much right in the middle. And then he was like turning 16 right before we started the senior year or something like that. So, and then he would turn 17 like a few months after we graduated. So we would be at one point in time 2 years separate. You know what I'm saying? So we were in the same class. I mean, I was bigger than him, but like I'm a taller guy. But like there were people who were my same age who were like 18 while he was 16 that were like around the same size. And then whenever you have like if you look at like I have a niece and nephew who are both around a year old. 1 year to 2 years is a giant gap physically. 2 years to 3 years is a pretty big gap. Once you get to like 5 years old to like 7 years old, there's really not that much of a change. And then like from 7 to 9, basically about the same. From like 9 to 11, 9 to 12. It's really not until you get to like 12, 13, 14 that like kids hit their like additional growth spurt. So they would just be like around the same size. And if they grew up together in the same class, like going to the same classes and stuff, it would be like somebody who graduated a year or two, or who skipped a grade or two, being in your same class, growing up with you. And so like at a certain point, it would become a problem. But I think like a 12-year-old having a crush on a 10-year-old isn't that weird. Although like,
so I'm not saying it can't be justified. It just feels wrong.
But also,
especially like imagine in like the scenario that I was talking about with the dude in my class. Like imagine if you were in that same position. Like you're 18, somebody in your class is 16, but like they're the best athlete in the school, right? Because Kakashi was like by far the best young shinobi in the village. So like best athlete in school, super popular, hangs out with like the same cliques and groups and stuff as you. Like they might as well be that same age, even if they're not. So like especially when you look at like
I
10
agree
to 12.
with 16 versus 18-year-olds. Oh, this goes out the window for the most part. It's specifically that 10 to 12, or possibly 8 to 12.
Well, but again,
really weird.
But that's
would be really weird.
That's going with the latest interpretation, Obito's death, and also the most generous interpretation, 2-year difference. If we go, because Rin always loved Kakashi, so if we're going with like 7-year-old Rin loving like 3-year-old Kakashi,
well, there would be a 3-year gap, a 2 to 3 year gap between Kakashi and Rin, and then a 3 to 4 year gap between Kakashi and Obito. So like whenever they graduated, he would have graduated at 5, and I think she graduates at 8. So then like at a certain point in that, yeah, so at a certain point in that year, like any given year, like my brother's a year and a half older than I am. So for part of the year, he's quote unquote 2 years older than me. And then for part of the year, he's 1 year older than me. You know what I mean? So like at one point in time, I'm 17, he's 18. And then fast forward 6 months, he's 19, I'm still 17. So the same thing would be kind of going on here, where like if you assume that there's a 2.5 year gap between those two, um, then for part of the year, he would be 5, she'd be 7, then she'd be 8, then he'd be 6, then she'd be 9, then he'd be 7. So like the gap, it would feel weird for half the year, but then the other half of the year wouldn't feel as weird. So I'm not saying it's not strange, like to some degree, to have a crush on somebody who's 3 years younger than you, but I don't think it's as strange. I don't think it's strange enough for us to be like, oh, well, this can't be what's happening. You know what I mean?
But when it's a kid with a toddler,
yeah. But especially like with like the star athlete analogy, it's like if he grew up around them and like he's roughly 2 years younger than Rin, and they like are literally in the same class, and it's like it would be like if Iwabe
she
had
graduated at
a
age
crush on
9.
Sarda.
Obito and Rin both graduated at age 9 in the academy, it says.
Oh, it's cooked. So then at best she'd be 3.5 years old. When's her birthday? Because I know Kakashi's is in September.
It is, let me get the speaker, November 15th.
So she could be 2 years and 2 months older. Well, hold on. Let me think about that.
No, I think it's the other way around. She could be,
2 years,
because
she could
Kakashi,
be at
depends on
minimum
what
2
time
years
of
and
the year.
10
Let's
months.
just say
Yeah.
hypothetically, graduation occurs in like October. Kakashi is going to look older because Rin's about to turn the extra year. So she's about to turn 10, whereas Kakashi just turned 6. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it depends on when academy graduation is.
At the very least. Yeah. So at the very least, she would have to be 3 years and 2 months. No, 3 years and 10 months older, actually, if you think about, because she would be 9.
Bare minimum.
Whatever he is. Yeah, it is weird for sure. It's definitely weird. I thought that she graduated at a younger age than Obito, but no, she gets promoted to tuning earlier. Is that what it is? Because he gets promoted to tuning.
She said 11.
Is his at 11 as well? Maybe they have the same graduation and tuning promotion ages.
Yeah, they might just be the same for both.
Yeah.
I know Obito's and Kakashi's because I've talked about this.
Yeah, because that's the ones people actually focus on. But
yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, maybe Rin's just a weirdo, bro.
She like.
I mean,
people say Orochimaru's a pedophile.
Oh, God.
This is the same series where Jiraiya looks at Conan when she's like 12, and he's like, "Hit me up when you're 18." Like, bro, it's not like this is that same series, bro.
You know, if you watch Daiko's rewrites, it only gets worse.
Yeah, I mean,
oh man,
Rin is just simping over Kakashi 2 seconds after Obito died, so
that's true.
Maybe she is just weird.
And technically, there just is an official age gap in the series between Migoto and Fugaku.
But we don't know when they met or how old they are. Well, actually, we probably know how old they are. I just don't know off the top of my head.
How would we not know how old they are if I'm saying it's an official age gap?
Well, I don't know if you're saying the manga just says they have an age gap, or if you just know their ages off the top of your head.
Why would the series say it?
Bro, I don't know.
They probably have ages in the data books, yeah?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact ages. Let's just say it's like 10 years, though. It could be more or less.
Yeah, I'm gonna go figure it out. But it also does depend on when they met, because hypothetically, they met when they're each like 30 and 40 years old. That's not as weird as if they started dating when they're 10 and 20 years old. You know?
Yeah. Jesus.
Let's look up Mikoto.
Okay. Fugaku was 40 years old at death.
Okay. Now we need Mikoto.
Is she even in the
It
data book?
says Mikoto is 35 when she dies.
35, that's not bad.
Okay, so the 5. Okay, that's not even that much. It's okay. Depends on when they met, but
Yeah, well, yeah. If it's like a Rin and Kakashi, that's like 7 and 2.
yeah. So yeah, I guess it does depend on when they started dating.
I love how I just keep making it younger and younger.
It's like, dude, she was 10 and he was just born. Like, what? No. Yeah, I do think it's strange, but like it's not totally out of place. It within the context of the series, and especially with them being so for me, I had this might come across as like a really strange flex. It's not. But when I was in 6th grade, so the way our like junior high / middle school was structured is we had 6th, 7th, and 8th grade as like
Same.
junior high. Yeah. So there were 8th grade girls who had a crush on me when I was in 6th grade. So
I had
like
the same thing. I missed my opportunity with one girl.
so like
I didn't realize
even
you
in
had a crush
our
on me
lives,
until it was too late.
yeah, so like even in our lives, it's like these types of things do happen. Maybe not like to that same extreme. But like I remember whenever I was a freshman, there was a senior girl that like was crushing on me. So it's like that's a 3-year gap, you know.
But to be fair, Sage, have you noticed something in particular here? It's always been 2 junior high students. It's either 6th and 8th grade, same school, or freshman, senior, same school. You haven't mentioned a 6th grader crushing on a 4th grader in elementary school.
So I didn't have any experiences like that because I was a bit of a late bloomer. I was kind of a goofy, awkward kid, so I can't speak to that in my own life.
What about, were you ever a 7th grader with a sophomore in high school hitting on you?
Not a sophomore, but a freshman, yeah, which would be a 2-year gap. Which I thought was at the time I was like, this is weird.
Yeah,
to be fair,
unlike Rin. Exactly.
Yeah.
So you agree?
Maybe that's why Kakashi didn't entertain it. He's like, bro, you're a weirdo.
He's like, Red, you were way too old.
It's like, dude, then back off. Go date somebody your own age. Yeah, because it's never even implied that like Kakashi ever had any feelings for Rin. Like he kind of just like saw her as a comrade.
Oh yeah,
so that
he's like 3. Of course
Because
he
right there,
doesn't.
Rin.
And Loki just might be the case, bro. That like, and Loki just might be the case that like she had a crush on him, and he was like, "This chick's weird, bro. Like, get away from me."
He just hasn't even like developed romance yet. He's just too young.
Yeah.
He's like, "Why does this girl follow me around all the time? I don't like
No
this."
wonder he's reading Jiraiya's books all the time. He's just been dealing with creepy Rin all these years. He's been tamed.
Drama response.
Rin is creepy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Now that we talked about it, it's because like at best, like for part of the year, they'd be 3 years apart, but like that's literally like 2 months, bro.
Yeah.
That's 2 months out of the year. So yeah.
And it could be 4.
God.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, what a weirdo.
So back to a more sensible topic to talk about publicly. So, okay. Going back to...
Oh, you mean we're not in a private VC right now? Oh, no.
So, going back to interpreting series, I think power scaling is the most interesting manner in which to discuss this concept. So, let's just say we know there's a clear discrepancy between when an author intends something and when something just has to be some other way in universe, like provably.
Yeah.
So from a power scaling perspective, let's not say debate because you would just debate it either way depending on which side you're on, and I'm sure any of us could do that. So from a genuine power scaling perspective, how much authority would either side hold? Like, would it be a case-by-case basis, or would it be like a weighting system to where we would still consider one side, or are we just going extreme to where we 100% of the time definitively take one over the other?
Like in terms of like pieces of series material?
Yeah, so like for example, something happening in universe as opposed to like an author statement. Let's just say Damon in Boruto has to touch someone. because we all probably agree he probably is just not doing that like every single time. But let's just say we just blatantly see it. Like there's no room, no shadow of doubt. He's just standing by himself in an empty room. Just nobody else is even in the room, confirmedly. Like they're showing all four corners, every 360-degree angle of Damon. There's no one else there. And it just is working, despite the author saying, let's also say it's not just Bug, it's Ikimoto himself saying that's how the ability works. So, from a power scaling perspective, which one would we go with? Kamui, do you want to start?
Well, okay, so like let's just entertain this slightly further with more information. Are we gonna see, so like for example, this happens, let's just say it's chapter 110 and Damon blatantly reflects things without touching anyone, but then in every other fight afterwards, it goes right back to he has to touch someone whenever he's not, it doesn't work. Is that the context? Or are we just at chapter 110, it's the first time it happens, and we don't know what's going to happen next? Like, what's our scenario?
So there's two different ways. One is to where it's consistent, to where Ikimoto always says it one way and the series always depicts it another. The other way, because I don't want to do it to where it's just one singular instance to where it's inconsistent. The other way would be if it's like 50-50. Sometimes he's touching, sometimes he's blatantly not.
Okay. What was the first one again? Oh, yeah, it's always, Ikimoto's just always wrong.
Yeah.
So... That's the funnier one, because we would have to ask, is he trolling? Are there mistranslations? Is Ikimoto just dumb and he's drawing it backwards? Does he not understand what he's saying? We have to ask those questions. So let's go with the inconsistent one.
Like, what's the authority
because that's
here?
the most interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So in that one...
Because
like,
this is the problem. Because how would we
it's
scale
supposed to
based
be
on
one
this?
way, but it just isn't consistently that way, right?
Exactly.
Like,
so, say just a power scaler, maybe you have a little bit more experience with this. What would you do in a situation like this? How would you interpret it?
Yeah, it would depend on when the statement took place. But like in the first example, if it's like you have a bunch of examples of the author saying one thing over the same period of time that we have a bunch of showings indicating something else. I mean, you'd have to ask, is it possible that these two things can actually coexist? Because like, this might sound silly, but like maybe there's like an invisible character that he's touching, you know what I mean? Or like maybe he has a clone somewhere that's like, or like maybe he makes two clones and has them just like sit in a room with one another holding hands. And then like that allows them to use the ability, you know, like that you get to try to rectify it. If there's not a way to rectify it, then I would lean in the direction of the material itself having the greater authority. Because ultimately, like as a power scaler, it's my job to analyze the series itself.
Yeah.
And part of that is author statements. But then the other part of that is, okay, well, if there are things that are not congruent with one another, then, you know, what do you do with this? And for me, I would always just defer to the material itself.
Okay.
Because we know,
also
like,
in this case, are these
this series.
statements solely interview statements, or is it like in the manga, Damon saying it, Buck saying it, and the story's making it a big deal? Like, yet this is his weakness, we're gonna exploit it, and it just is inconsistent. Like, what's the further context there? Where are the statements coming from?
Yeah,
just interviews, or
there would be a difference there. You could just entertain them as two different possibilities if you want to do that.
Yeah, because if it's only interview statements, I agree. Just go with the manga, because the manga is just, in this hypothetical, it would just be doing the opposite of what he's saying. So he's a troll. Who knows? It's just not what the story's doing. If it's inconsistent and the statements are in the series, oh my god, now I don't even know, man. Like, I think you'd always have to go with what the story's trying to say, even though it's just wrong.
For that first instance, what I was getting at when I wrote this down earlier, which you commented on, Kamui, this would be an example of interpreting the series as it's laid out to be interpreted, rather than like Kishimoto's Naruto.
Yeah,
but I mean, but in the case of Kishimoto's Naruto, I think that would include, normally anyway, would include the statements he makes in the series, not in interviews, but in
that
the
would be going
manga,
with
as well as how the story's presenting them.
not just the interviews.
Yeah, but that would be going with like the first thing that we were going with for those two possibilities.
Yeah, but in the case of the interviews. But then again, I mean, the problem is we wouldn't know. Like, I mean, we have a lie detector. He's not lying. He just genuinely believes this, even though it's wrong. But we would be just trolling.
Yeah. So I do want to add, Sage. It's totally possible that it's an invisible character or whatever, because it's an ongoing series. He could do anything in the future, not retcon, but just retroactively apply something new, contextualization, whatever. I do want to keep this a broad general discussion that applies to how to interpret stories in general, rather than applying it just to Naruto. But maybe we could narrow it down to series that have been completed, such as Naruto, to where, outside of the exception of the Minato manga, the series is over with and it's complete. It's a full story meant to be able to be fully interpreted on its own, regardless of sequel material.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's already completed and there's not like a possibility for something else being introduced, I would probably just defer to what we see in the manga, like how it's actually displayed. I will say this like particular hypothetical is interesting because it's like definitely something you never see. But it is an interesting like thought experiment in terms of like what you value more when interpreting the series. But yeah, I think like just deferring to what the series shows you as opposed to like what it tells you or even what the author tells you is probably the best way to go about it, unless you can find a way to rectify those things. Like if you can find a way to rectify those the two different things that are going on, like with the clone thing or whatever, even if it's not shown, if it just ends up being the most reasonable way to account for all of the information, it's probably the best way to go about it. Like I tend to err on the side of caution when it comes to disregarding what the manga shows us or like what a story shows us, even if it's telling us something different. And like we were talking about earlier, with Naruto in particular, and then like other series as well, but particularly Naruto, Kishimoto does write the story in such a way that we don't have to trust character statements. And in fact, we actually have good reason to not trust some character statements. So I would lean in the direction of like what we're shown as opposed to what we're told. But if you have to trust, like if it's a reliable narrator and you have to trust what they're saying, or you have good reason to trust what they're saying, then you would just try to find a way to rectify the statements with what we see. And if that's not possible, then you would just defer to what we see.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Interesting. So I do think statements would be more authoritative than an intention that we can't even prove anyways, but let's just say hypothetically we could. A little bit more of a nuanced discussion here, so probably should have gone the other way in this discussion with bringing up something else first. But so let's talk author intent versus how it's actualized in the series. So we were discussing with Jay earlier, and I brought up your example. Well, I brought up as an example your pixel calc of Minato is 7 times faster than Kurama.
Yeah, at a high end, by the way.
Sure.
The low end is like 1.2 times.
Which is probably more reasonable.
Yeah, so the way, and I proceed with caution with those. So like I would say, and this is contrary to like Acolyte, who's in here. He's the one who did the calc. His interpretation of it was basically like what seems to be being displayed, or like what's narratively being communicated here is like an insane showing of speed. And so like his perspective is that it's more consistent with what we're being told, like specifically from Obito's statement that he's just like massively outspeeding him, like blitz tier above. And like ironically, roughly 7 times the speed of something, it's like 6.9 times the speed of something, is what we generally would consider to be a perception blitz.
Nice.
So he leans in the direction of it being the high end. I always try to err on the side of caution with stuff. And like go with the lowest reasonable interpretation for those kinds of things. Unless there's like a good reason, I would say, unless I see a good reason, I think to think it's something else. So for me, I lean with like it's like 1.27 times, I think, or maybe it's 1.32, something like that. It's like 1.2 or 1.3 um, times the speed of Kurama on the low end. That's if he just clears the palm, but not the debris. If he clears, like by the time Kurama's hand hits the ground, if he clears the debris, which would arise from like the shock waves of his hand with like the water, because we see like his hand is affecting the water even before it touches it. Um, if he clears like the debris in the water, then it would be something like 1.7 times, which I think is also a fair interpretation because he's not like wet, doesn't have like water and debris and stuff on him. Um, but then if he makes it all the way to the cliff before Kurama's hand hits the ground, then it's like 7.8 times.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm sure we would all be reasonably comfortable with just saying Kishimoto probably isn't pixel scaling to get his anything. He's just not doing it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I do think like, so my perspective on like the validity of pixel calcs is like, people talk about things not being drawn to scale. It's like, well, certain things are drawn to scale. The way we know this is we recognize people's faces. So like if you see Naruto's face and it's just like his eyes, nose, mouth, you're gonna recognize it's Naruto's face. If you see Minato's, same thing, you're gonna recognize it's Minato. Um, the way that people's faces are drawn is drawn to scale because otherwise you wouldn't be able to recognize them. So I do think certain things are drawn to scale, like kunai are sometimes inconsistent, but mostly drawn to scale, or at least close to scale. So I do think like pixel calcs can be trusted, but only if we don't have anything that's suggesting that the things we're seeing are inconsistently drawn. But even with that said, I don't think Kishimoto is thinking like, oh, I want this person to be 7 times faster than this person.
Okay, because
I think
that's what I wanted to get to, because it doesn't matter if Kishimoto uses a pixel calc, because Kishimoto is what dictates the conclusion, and he would just be able to make it whatever he wants, or just know it because he's the author, as opposed to us who have to interpret the series as it's laid out. Comprehend them. And so we would have to use some means such as pixel scaling or just asking Kishimoto directly, but we don't have access to that. So we'd have to go through some means to get to a conclusion, whereas Kishimoto can just make it up. So let's say we arrive at the same conclusion. I think Kishimoto, I mean, there's no way of knowing because it is a battle shonen. It's reasonable for him to do this, but I don't think Kishimoto's like quantitatively thinking about numbers to measure the speed difference between characters, but he might be thinking of it qualitatively, and assuming he's applying that consistently, as he should as an author of a battle shonen, those qualitative measures should still be accurately be able to be like specifically measured. So let's just say Kishimoto interprets it as Minato is way faster than the Ninetales. Let's just say Kishimoto's interpretation of quote-unquote way faster, if he's applying that consistently, would just measure to equate to 7 times.
Yeah.
So
no, I think that's fair. Like, it's like when people say that like pixel calcs aren't valid, the usual contention is that things aren't drawn to scale. But then like my question is like, okay, well, how do we know things aren't drawn to scale? Like, well, we see evidence of it. Okay, well, do we see evidence of that here? No? Okay, well, then we can assume that it's probably drawn at least mostly to scale. If we can assume it's probably drawn mostly to scale, and you can look at a panel and say, these people are moving on pace with one another, or this person threw this kunai across this battlefield in the same amount of time it takes this other person to like move their head out of the way or something, we can analyze relative distances just fine. So why can't we analyze specific distances just fine? Like it just doesn't, the idea that like pixel calcs aren't valid outside of like moments when things are clearly not drawn to scale, which again, we have evidence of those. So in the absence of that evidence, it should be fine. But if you can analyze it on a macro level, there's no reason we shouldn't be able to analyze it on a micro level.
Yeah, because that's what the conversation is more about, rather than the pixel scale, which is just the example. It's more of how to analyze or interpret the series.
Yeah.
And how to do that with the series as it is versus what we believe the author's intent to be.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's like with something like that, it's like, just to use the Pixel Cop as an example, we don't know what his intention is. Like we know his intention is for Minato to save Kushina
Yep.
and get out of the way of the palm, right?
That's the point of the scene.
We also know the intention is for it to be a really good speed feat because Obito specifically is like, wow, like leave it to the yellow flash, like, fast as ever kind of thing. So if that's like, we know that's the intention. We don't know if the intention is for him to be like a full blitz tier above, you know what I mean? Which is why I'm not necessarily comfortable going there. I'm more comfortable with just him being some amount above Kurama, which is like kind of how I would analyze other things too. It's like whenever Kakashi and Guy are moving alongside one another, fighting against the Jinchuriki, like I don't know if it's Kishimoto's intention for them to be literally the exact same speed, like same exact nanometers covered in the same exact amount of nanoseconds type thing. Or like I don't know if he literally wants them to be the exact same speed, but what I do know is he wants them to be a relative speed because like that's what's shown, So I think that like whenever you're looking at the series, the author's intent can be clear. But I try to just be careful about injecting or going with things that can't be defended by what I think the author's intent is. So like for the 7.8 times faster, that would mean if you think that Kishimoto had some intention with that, then what you would have to believe, you think it's 7.8 times, that his intention was for him to be a blitz tier faster. Like I don't know if that's necessarily communicated, but I do know it's communicated it's supposed to be a really impressive speed feat, which I think indicates that he did outspeed Kurama to some degree. So yeah, it's like, to your point, you can analyze the series in a lot of different ways. And I think when we do analyze the series, we have to take author's intent into consideration. But I just try to be careful about injecting author's intent there that I can't actually like defend,
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. And I think that's a very important conversation to have in general, so I'm glad we had it from a screenwriter's perspective. Especially in terms of power scaling, where I think that's the most interesting, and to get two different power scalers takes on the same stream, I'm glad we got that.
Okay.
Kamui, did you want to do that 1 minute topic you had? I guess not. Well, either way, I did want to end by going back to Sarada to say more things there, just real quick, whenever we're ready for that. Yeah, if you're still like grabbing your data book thing for this, then it's fine. But whenever.
Yeah, I mean, I can listen to you. I'm just I'm trying to find the page.
Okay.
So I have the data book in raw.
Yeah. Well, my funniest argument that I'm curious on what your thoughts were. Because Sarada has to fall, if Hidari's relative, then he's moving at the speed of gravity.
Well, so she's not. It's not necessarily the case that she's like just falling though. Like you can crouch really fast, like faster than gravity will take you.
She definitely is falling, regardless of her movement on the x-axis. She is declining on the y-axis.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like I can crouch faster than I would like free fall.
Can you?
Because like you can crouch faster than you can free fall. You can create. It's not just giving out. Like you generate muscular tension in your legs and your back to pull yourself down. Like you can contract your muscles and pull yourself.
Yeah, but that's just shrinking yourself towards the middle rather than falling.
Well, no, you can contort to the side just like how she does, because she's leaning forward in the panel before that, and like she's leaning forward to the right, and then in that one she's leaning backward to the left.
Oops. Oodie, I was brushing my teeth when you called on me earlier. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I had my
If you want me to do my
own-
thing real quick, I can.
Well, real quick, just so I can do this one real quick. Since I had my own debunk to this, which isn't Sage's. So if I were to debunk this, I would say she's using chakra feet to glue herself to the ground and pull herself down with her feet quicker than otherwise. So there you go. That's how she would go faster than gravity. But if Kamui wanted to do his thing...
Okay, mine is not serious. Not debating with anyone. It's just something I noticed while I was looking at the Datara stuff. So, if you guys remember when Datara asked, Itachi about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and then Itachi's like, he's the one who barges in and barks first and whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Naruto comes in, gets big, thick whiskers and red fox eyes, starts screaming at him, so that they say, which one's the Jinchuriki host? Naruto starts screaming. Sasuke's like, that would be him. Looks like it. So Sasori and Datara, they're on the same page. This is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And then just to add on to it, they continue to discuss, let's get to it. Yeah, so they're talking, oh yeah, the Jinchuriki host really wants Gaara. But you know what? I'll take the Jinchuriki, this guy yelling for Gaara. Then he runs away and tries to lure Naruto out. They argue about it. He gets in, he's like, yes, Jinchuriki, come follow me. Okay, you get the point. This is Naruto starts using the Nine-Tails power. What's that? Is that the Jinchuriki?
So actually, I'm so glad, Kamui, that you found this, because Sage, this is just further proof of the thing I was saying about like hearing or knowing about something and seeing it firsthand. Yep. Just blatant evidence in the series. Another one would be Kakashi in Naruto the Last, when he sees the meteor that he knows can destroy Konoha, and he hopes that Lee's squad is able to take it out, but then he's surprised when they don't, even though he knew that was a possibility.
He's like, damn, I really had hope.
Yeah, exactly. Even though he could just destroy it himself, probably.
Spitting.
Yeah, that's just the point. That's one thing I did not like about Naruto the Last. It made Kakashi look weak. Then you got the novel that takes place, after he lost the Sharingan, where he's just doing freaking world level feats or whatever.
100%. No, dude, there's one novel where he and Yamato produce a stone and wood pillar that's 660,000 feet. I'm like,
you can't destroy a meteor.
I'm like, bro, really? Like, what? By the way, I found the kanji. The kanji for optical illusion is in there, and I'll post that in.
But real quick about Datara, in case you think he's just saying, "Oh, is that the Jinchuriki's power?" No, yeah. That's why his punches had such impact, because he's the Jinchuriki.
It's like, no way. It's almost like you should have known this.
It's almost like you were talking about it a couple chapters ago.
This just only further proves my point. I'm down for all this. I'm glad it's there.
Yeah, so what was this about, Datara? You didn't think this was... Oh, you thought it was Kakashi in the back, who's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki.
So that Kakashi guy must be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, even though
he didn't want Kakashi to follow him. Yeah, so wait. If Datara only wanted Naruto to follow him, why did he want Naruto to follow him when he was trying to get the Jinchuriki? Because he didn't think it was Naruto.
So what exactly does he say there? Does he say that? What's that?
Is that the Jinchuriki?
Maybe it's just that he doesn't expect for, like, he's calling Naruto the Jinchuriki, like referring to him. It'd be like It'd be like Sakura looking at him and being like, "Is that Naruto?" Like seeing him transform into that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I mean, I could
Just like the people in the war arc weren't expecting Hashirama's power to be exactly as it was described.
Exactly as described. Yeah.
I can check the raws real quick as soon as it's done pulling up endless ads.
Yeah, you're really struggling.
Yeah, because my thought process is like, if he's referring to Naruto as the Jinchuriki, like how like Sakura would refer to him as Naruto, and he's just like
it says
shocked
the same thing,
by the fact
probably.
that this, because like also how I think the only Jinchuriki that we see that have that type of transformation are Kurama and Gyuki.
It's the same thing, Conley.
Right?
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah. What I will say, Acolyte, I'm curious on you if you want to go back to it really quick for that raw. Is Acolyte still here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Axolotl.
yeah. I've never seen them switch between katakana and hiragana like this before. Why would they do that? Because he's saying the same thing back to back.
That's what Data is saying?
I have no idea what that means.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I figured based on your Kaguya stuff that you did know, but...
No, I mean, I don't know why they would do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's weird. Because on the right, he's saying Nanda, Arewa, and on the left, he starts with Arega, and to be fair, the ga and wa particle are different, but he's still saying Are in both instances, but one is katakana on the right and hiragana on the left, which is weird.
Ishiguro can make it. Maybe that's the duality of Datara. This one is Datara knowing it's the Naito Shinchuriki, and this one's him not knowing.
Well, I will say between wa and ga particle, to me, what this would translate to would be different from Viz. It's on the left, basically Datara is saying, so that's the Jinchuriki.
Well, that's no better.
I was gonna say, is that the other form, the form that's more feminine? Isn't like one of the three different writing systems? One's feminine, one's masculine, and then one's kind of either or.
Hamid. Datara has long hair, but I think he's pretty masculine.
Datara's either or.
Was Kishimoto being more progressive than we realized?
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Real quick, Kamui, go to
the Japanese. They just know enough to be dangerous.
You go back to the substitution moment when Naruto realizes it. Up when he realizes it. Okay, so I guess there. So in that panel right above, yeah. So this is. Again, maybe like look into the anime for this since it's a little bit less clear in the manga, but Naruto doesn't know it's a substitution. He's hitting it, and it's not visualized as blood. And in the anime, it's, I think, still clay before Naruto realizes what it is.
Well, so I think his judgment would low-key kind of be clouded at this point in time because he's enraged. But
yeah,
well, that would
he
make
might
it
be
worse.
noticing it there, and then we just don't get the register, like the full
Probably
register.
know everything Naruto sees in this form.
Maybe he just doesn't have the cognition to make it into an optical illusion.
Say that again.
Maybe he doesn't have the cognition to make it into an optical illusion. So
that's possible. That's possible. Yeah, because scroll up, I guess, a little bit. Right.
Because it's blood right there. That's
yeah,
what he's saying.
Is that from the real Datara?
I think that is from the real Datara, yeah, since he has like a cut later on from this, or like he's still bleeding from this. It's weird. Yeah, see, there's blood.
Hand.
Yeah, he's got blood coming out of his mouth. So then he performs the substitution before Naruto launches that second strike.
Yeah. Well, before the Rasengan.
Well, because hold on. Scroll up again.
Yeah.
When he forms the Rasengan.
Yeah, so he must do it like here is when he
so
does
he punches him in the face and then forms the Rasengan. And then wait.
Naruto Rasengan him.
Is that's the same Naruto there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Rasengan Naruto is the punching Naruto.
Is the okay?
I'm pretty sure. Makes the most sense.
So randomly click. He just knows. He must have been really mad that Deidara substituted based on how hard he hit that substitution he knew was a substitution.
Well, no wonder he just goes into this form. He's mad that he got speed blitzed by
Excellent
Deidara.
planning from Deidara to have that substitution body in that general location.
He's mad that Deidara's clay tanked his Rasengan and embarrassed him.
And that Deidara speed blitz perception blitzed him while being hogtied down.
Okay.
Well, on that note, I really need to go to bed.
Okay. If you,
Oodie, do you want to talk about that Kaguya scan?
No, I need to go to bed too.
Okay.
But okay, Sage, maybe this will take like 2 minutes, but if you have the time, which hopefully you do. So, okay, Sarada and Hidari are relative. So what is relative to you?
Being able to move a similar distance over a similar amount of time.
Okay, because to me, relative would be meaning you have like a reasonable amount of chance to win a fight against someone. That would be like relative in terms of power scaling, at least overall. If you want to say relative speed.
Relative in combat speed.
Yeah, but like outside of like hacks or some crazy fluke, it's like reasonable to say maybe they'd win like 2 or 3 at a time, so they could be relative. That's not to say that you can't beat someone stronger than you, but overall, like Sung Jin Woo versus Idris was relative.
I think Hidari is like at that point at least stronger than her overall, probably by a decent margin. But I think in terms of combat speed, they're relative to one another.
Okay.
It's I think like Sasuke during the second round of the Chunin exams is probably relative to Lee in speed, but would beat him because he has the Chidori and the Sharingan.
Yeah. So in that case, you would say that they're relative in speed, but that Sasuke is not relative to Lee.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So whenever I was talking about relative in that particular case, it was in terms of their combat speed.
Okay. Yeah. So then just clarify. So then you would say, at least likely, maybe not confidently, but likely that Hidari and Sarada are not relative because Hidari is stronger than Sarada.
Yeah, in an overall sense, I think he's above her for sure. At that point in time, anyways, I think like once she actually uses her Mangekyo abilities and like gets past her like emotional block or whatever, like maybe you could say that she'd be above because the
Are you caught up with the manga?
Say that again?
Are you caught up with the manga?
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying because like Ryu seems to be like the claw grimes, or not the claw grimes, the Shinju, all seem to be kind of like on a somewhat relative level with Ryu and Hidari, just like from vibes, seeming to be like kind of above the rest aside from Jura. And she's able to just like
to be the strongest according to the fandom.
Well, yeah, and she's able to just manhandle Ryu. Like, so I'm like, I think she could take down Hidari now, but at that point in time, like without, while still having that emotional block, keeping her from using her MS abilities, I think she probably loses.
I think she's going to be able to easily take down whatever current version of Hidari that she might hypothetically fight. But because of narrative hindsight no jutsu, I think it's pretty obvious that Hidari is somehow going to get Sharingan shenanigans in order to be relative to her again, if not stronger. Likely stronger.
Yeah, learn how to power down the Rinnegan or something crazy like that.
Something stupid.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's all we had for tonight. Good night, everybody! Yeah!
All right, see you guys.
All right.